Close your eyes now and let the world slip away like sand through open fingers. You are standing at the edge of an ancient forest in Ireland, older than memory, older than names. The air is cool, thick with the scent of wet moss and pine. A silver moon hangs low, its light filtering through gnarled oak branches that twist like the fingers of sleeping giants. Each leaf carries a drop of dew that glimmers like a tiny star. Somewhere, a single harp string hums, not played by human hands, but by the wind itself, moving through the hollow bones of the earth. The sound is soft, almost shy, as if the forest is whispering a secret it has kept for 1,000 years. You are not alone. The Tuatha Dé Danann, the Shining Ones, the people of the goddess Danu, have been waiting for you. They are not gods of thunder or war, not like the loud deities of Olympus or Asgard. They are the dreamers of the land, the weavers of mist and music, the keepers of stories that live in the roots of trees and the hearts of rivers. Let your breath slow, in and out. Feel your shoulders soften, your thoughts drift. Tonight, for 5 sacred hours, you will walk with them. You will cross emerald hills where the grass sings underfoot. You will stand beneath skies woven from starlight and shadow. You will enter the hidden realms of the Sidhi, the fairy mounds where time folds like silk. This is no ordinary tale. It is a lullaby carved into standing stones, sung by mountain streams, whispered by fireflies that carry the last light of summer. It is a story that begins before history and ends only when you wake. You may fall asleep at any moment. That is the gift. The story will continue without you, looping gently in the theater of your dreams until the first pale light of dawn touches your window. Now take one step forward. The moss is cool and springy beneath your bare feet. A narrow path appears, lit by glowing mushrooms that pulse like slow heartbeats, blue, violet, soft gold. They form a trail that winds deeper into the forest, inviting, never demanding. Ahead, a figure stands in the mist. A woman. Her hair is the color of autumn fire, deep red with threads of copper and gold. Her eyes are the green of forest pools, still and ancient. She wears a cloak woven from raven feathers and moonlight, and around her neck hangs a torque of twisted gold that catches the starlight. She does not speak at first. She only watches, and in her gaze you feel the weight of centuries, the patience of stone circles, the quiet certainty of rivers that always find the sea. Then she lifts one hand, palm up, and a single raven lands there, wings folding like dark silk. The bird tilts its head, eyes black and bright as polished obsidian. "Welcome, dreamer," the woman says at last, her voice low, like smoke curling from a dying fire. "I am the Morrígan, but tonight I am only your guide." The raven croaks once, a sound that is both greeting and warning. The path widens. You follow her. The forest breathes around you. Every tree is older than any kingdom, their roots drinking from underground rivers that sing in forgotten tongues. Light shifts, silver to gold to violet, as if the moon itself is walking with you. The Morrígan speaks again, softer now, her words brushing your ear like moth wings. Long ago, before men wrote their histories in iron and blood, there was Eriu, the land that would one day bear my sister's name. She was wild, untamed, ruled by the Fomorians, giants born of storm and shadow. Then came the ships, not of wood but of cloud and song, drifting down from the northern sky like swans made of moonlight. You see them now, in the eye of your mind, tall silhouettes against a dawn that has never ended. At the prow stands Tuatha of the Silver Hand, king of the Tuatha, his left arm gone, replaced by living silver that moves like water. Beside him, the Dagda, broad as an oak, carrying a club that can kill with one end and heal with the other. On his back, a cauldron that never empties. Behind them, Lugh, still a boy then, eyes bright with futures yet unlived, and Brigid, flame-haired, carrying a spark that will one day light every hearth in Ireland. They do not conquer. They belong. The land listens when Tuatha raises his silver hand. Grass uncurled. Rivers changed course. Stones stood upright in circles. The Tuatha built no cities of stone. They raised raths, circular forts of earth and light. Within, time moved differently. A night inside could be a year outside. Children were born with starlight in their veins. Bards sang songs that made flowers bloom in winter. But peace is never given. It is taken or lost. The Fomorians grew jealous. Their king, Breast the Beautiful, was half Tuatha, born of a union meant to bind the tribes. He smiled with a mouth full of lies. War was coming. The Morrígan turns to you, her eyes catching the moonlight. Sleep now if you wish. The story walks without you. The path fades into deeper mist, and the forest closes gently behind you, like a mother drawing curtains around a sleeping child. The Morrígan walks ahead, her cloak trailing like liquid night. The raven has gone, but its shadow lingers in the corners of your vision. The path beneath your feet is no longer moss, but packed earth, warm as if the sun has just set. You smell salt on the wind, though no sea is near. The forest thins, revealing a wide plain silvered by moonlight. In the distance, a hill rises, crowned by a ring of standing stones that hum with a low, steady note you feel in your teeth. The Morrígan stops at the edge of the trees. This is where it began, she says. The first footfall of the Tuatha Dé Danann upon the soil of Ariu. She gestures, and the plain ripples like water. The stones grow taller, the grass greener, the sky brighter. You are seeing through her memory, a memory older than any book. For great ships drift down from the clouds, their sails woven from dawnlight and spider silk. They do not touch the ground but hover, silent, until the earth itself rises to meet them. From the first ship steps Tuatha. His silver arm catches the starlight and throws it back in shards. He plants his foot, and the plain blooms. Flowers you have no names for open and close in a single breath. From the second ship comes the Dagda. He is vast, his shoulders brushing the clouds, yet his steps make no sound. He carries his club across his back, and the cauldron slung like a child's toy. When he laughs, the hills echo. From the third ship descends Ogma, broad-chested, carrying the Ogham alphabet carved on tablets of you. His voice is thunder wrapped in honey. From the fourth ship steps a woman whose hair is living flame. Brigid. She carries no weapon, only a small iron anvil and a hammer no larger than a walnut. Where she walks, sparks fall and become fireflies. The Tuatha gather in a circle. Tuatha raises his silver hand. The four treasures are brought forth. First, the stone of Fowl, which cries out beneath the true king. It is rough, gray, unremarkable, yet when Tuatha touches it, it sings a note that makes the stars lean closer. Second, the spear of Lugh, though Lugh is not yet born. It is red ashwood tipped with fire that never cools. When it is planted in the earth, no enemy can pass. Third, the sword of Tuatha, called the Clam Solace, the sword of light. It is sheathed in silence, but when drawn, it cuts shadow itself. Fourth, the Dagda's cauldron. It is black iron, wide enough for 9 men to sit within. Steam rises from it carrying the scent of bread, meat, and honeyed mead. The Tuatha feast. They do not speak of war yet. They speak of planting, of building, of teaching the land to remember them. Children run between their legs, laughing with voices like bells. Bards tune harps made from whalebone and dragon sinew. The night is gentle, but on the horizon, black clouds gather. The Fomorians watch from their islands of storm. Their king, Balor of the Evil Eye, stands on a cliff of basalt. One eye is closed, bound with 7 veils. The other burns like a dying sun. He sees the Tuatha and smiles a smile that has no warmth. Bress, his grandson, stands beside him. Bress is beautiful the way a sharpened blade is beautiful. His hair is gold, his skin pale, his eyes the gray of winter seas. He is half Tuatha, born to bridge the tribes, but his heart leans toward his father's people. He speaks softly to Balor. They are few. We are many. The land is ours by right of blood and storm. Balor does not answer. He only watches. Back on the plain, the feast ends. The Tuatha sleep beneath the stars, their dreams shaping the land. Rivers carve new paths to carry their songs. Hills rise to guard their wraths. The stone of Fowl sings all night. Nuada dreams of a battle yet to come. The Dagda dreams of a harp that can calm the sea. Brigid dreams of a flame that will never die. And somewhere, in a cradle of woven reeds, a child stirs. Lugh. His eyes open for the first time, and in them you see every sunrise that will ever be. The Morrígan stands apart, watching the horizon. She knows what is coming. She has seen it in the flight of ravens, in the pattern of spilled blood, in the silence between heartbeats. She turns to you now. Her voice is barely a breath. This was the golden age, but gold is heavy. It bends the back that carries it. The plane fades. The stones shrink. The ships dissolve into mist. You are back on the path, the forest closing around you again. The Morrígan walks on. Her cloak brushes your arm, cold as moonlight. Come, she says. There is more to see before the night deepens. The path slopes downward, toward a river that glows faintly, as if lit from beneath. You follow, your feet silent, your heart slow, the story carrying you forward like a tide. The river before you is not water, but liquid starlight, flowing uphill in slow silver ribbons. The Morrígan steps onto its surface and does not sink. You follow, and the river holds your weight like memory. On the far bank stands a hill crowned with a wreath of packed earth and woven hazel. Its entrance is a tunnel of shadow lit by torches that burn with green flame. The Morrígan leads you inside. The air grows warmer, thick with the scent of honey and peat. Voices echo ahead, layered like chords in a song you almost remember. You emerge into a vast hall beneath the hill. The ceiling is the night sky itself, stars wheeling slowly above beams of living oak. The floor is springy turf, starred with white clover. Hundreds of the Tuatha fill the space, yet there is no crowding. They move like fish in deep water, graceful, unhurried. At the center sits Nuada on a throne carved from a single piece of bog oak. His silver arm rests on the stone of Fowl, which hums softly beneath his touch. To his right stands the Dagda, chewing a leg of roasted boar that replenishes itself with every bite. To his left, Brigid tends a small forge no larger than a hearthstone. Sparks rise from her hammer and become fireflies that drift to the ceiling and join the stars. Around them, the 4 treasures are displayed on pedestals of white marble veined with gold. The spear of Lugh leans against its stand, its tip flickering with red fire. The sword of light lies unsheathed, its blade a bar of captured dawn. The cauldron steams gently, its contents shifting from stew to mead to clear water and back again. The stone of fowl sings a low, steady note that makes the marrow of your bones feel warm. A circle of bards sits cross-legged on the grass, harps on their knees. Their fingers move without plucking strings. The music comes from the air itself. One bard, blind, with hair white as frost, sings of the journey from the 4 cities. His voice is gravel and honey. He tells of Phallius, where the stone was born from the heart of a dying star. Of Gorius, where the spear was forged in the breath of a dragon who dreamed of peace. Of Phineus, where the sword was tempered in the tears of 1,000 widows who forgave their enemies. Of Murius, where the cauldron was filled with the laughter of children who had never known hunger. The Tuatha listen in silence. Even the fireflies pause. When the song ends, Nuada rises. His silver hand catches the starlight and scatters it across the hall like thrown coins. "We are home," he says. His voice is quiet, but it fills every corner. Yet home is never safe. The Fomorians watch from their storm islands. Bress walks among us, smiling with a mouth that lies. A murmur ripples through the crowd. The Dagda sets down his bone and wipes grease from his beard. "Let them come," he rumbles. "My club has 2 ends." Brigid lifts her hammer. A single spark leaps and becomes a butterfly of flame that circles the hall before settling on her shoulder. "We will not fight with hate," she says. "We will fight with craft." The bards begin a new song, faster now, a marching rhythm. Feet tap, hands clap. The hall fills with the sound of preparation. Outside, beyond the hill, the wind shifts. It carries the smell of iron and brine. The Morrígan stands at the edge of the circle, unnoticed by most. She watches Bress. He moves among the Tuatha, offering mead, laughing too loudly. His eyes are winter seas. She sees the moment his smile falters when Nuada turns away. She sees the moment he slips a small black stone into his pocket, a gift from Baylor. The song ends. The hall grows quiet. Nuada raises his silver hand again. "Tomorrow we build. We plant. We teach the land our names. Tonight we feast and remember why we came." Tables appear, carved from living wood. Platters of salmon, venison, bread still warm from unseen ovens. Flagons of mead that taste of heather and sunlight. The Tuatha eat. They laugh. Children chase fireflies. Lovers dance beneath the wheeling stars. You stand at the edge, unseen, a ghost in their golden age. The Morrígan finds you there. Her hand is cold on your wrist. "This is the last night of peace," she whispers. "Savor it." She leads you to a bench of moss. You sit. A cup is pressed into your hand. The mead is sweet, heavy with summer. Your eyelids grow heavy. The stars blur. The last thing you see is Brigid's butterfly settling on the stone of fowl, its wings beating once, twice, then still. The hall fades. The river carries you onward, gentle as a lullaby. The river releases you onto a shore of black sand that glitters with flecks of mica. Dawn is breaking, but it is the wrong color, too pale, too thin. The Morrígan stands beside you, her cloak now the gray of storm clouds. The raven is back, perched on a twisted hawthorn. Its eyes follow something moving on the horizon. You look. A line of figures approaches across the plain. Not the Tuatha. These are taller, broader, their shadows longer than their bodies. The Fomorians. Their armor is barnacle and bone. Their weapons are anchors and ship prows torn from wrecks. At their head walks Brest the Beautiful. He wears a crown of shark teeth and smiles with the confidence of a man who has never lost. Behind him, Balor of the Evil Eye rides a chariot drawn by two black whales that walk on land as easily as water. One of his eyes is bound with 7 veils of storm silk. The other burns like a coal dragged from the heart of a dying star. The Tuatha wait on the hill. Nuada stands at the gate of the Wrath, silver arm raised. The Dagda leans on his club. Brigid holds her hammer loose at her side. The bards have fallen silent. The stone of Fal is quiet. Brest stops a spear's throw away. "Cousins," he calls, voice honey over broken glass. "The land is wide. Share it." Nuada's answer is calm. "We do not take. We belong." Brest laughs. "Belonging is for children and dogs." He gestures, and the Fomorians spread out, forming a crescent of iron and storm. Balor lifts one hand. The veils on his eye loosen. A sliver of light escapes, thin as a razor. Where it touches the grass withers and turns to salt. The Tuatha do not flinch. The Dagda steps forward. "One chance, nephew. Turn back." Brest spits. "I am king here." The Dagda sighs. He lifts his club. The killing end gleams. But before he swings, Brigid moves. She walks between the lines, hammer resting on her shoulder. Sparks trail from her footsteps. She stops before Brest. "You are half of us," she says. "Choose." Brest hesitates. For a moment, his face is a boy's, uncertain. Then Balor's voice rumbles from the chariot, low as thunder over deep water. "Choose, boy." The moment breaks. Brest draws his sword, a blade of blue steel etched with runes of binding. The battle begins, not with a roar, but with a sigh, the sound of the world exhaling. The Dagda's club falls. A Fomorian giant crumbles to dust. Nuada's silver arm flashes. 3 spears shatter against it. Brigid's hammer strikes the ground. A ring of fire springs up, not to burn but to blind, forcing the Fomorians back. The bards begin to sing, not of war but of healing. Their voices weave a net of sound that slows the enemy's blood. The Tuatha fight with craft, not fury. They move like dancers, like water around stones. The Fomorians fight with weight, with storm, with the memory of every ship they sank. The plain becomes a churned sea of mud and blood. The stone of Fal screams. Nuada meets Brest blade to blade. Silver against blue. Sparks fly, each one a tiny sun. Brest is faster, younger. His sword finds the joint where Nuada's silver arm meets flesh. The arm falls. Blood, bright as rowan berries, spatters the grass. Nuada staggers. The Tuatha falter. Balor laughs. He tears the last veil from his eye. The light that pours out is not light but absence, a hole in the world. Where it falls, color dies. The Dagda roars. He swings his club's healing end. It strikes Nuada's wound. Flesh knits. Bone reforms. But the silver arm lies in the mud, lifeless. Brest raises his sword for the killing blow. Then a spear flies, red ashwood tipped with fire that never cools. It is the spear of Lugh, though Lugh is not yet born. It was thrown by Djenn's sect, the healer god, who stands atop the wrath with tears on his face. The spear pierces Brest's shoulder. He screams. The Fomorians waver. Balor's eye dims. The Tuatha rally. They do not pursue. They let the enemy retreat across the plain, leaving their dead like broken shells. The Dagda lifts Nuada's severed arm. Brigid weeps sparks. The Morrígan watches from a distant tree, 3 ravens now circling her head. Night falls. The Tuatha bury their dead beneath cairns of white stone. The bards sing laments that make the stars weep. Nuada sits apart, staring at the stump of his arm. The stone of Fal is silent. The Morrígan comes to you as the fires burn low. A king must be whole, she says. The law is older than mercy. You understand. The golden age is ending. The path ahead is darker, steeper. The river waits, patient as stone. The cairns stand white against the dawn, each stone a name, each name a silence. The Tuatha gather in the ruined rath. The grass is scorched where balers I touched it. The air smells of salt and iron. Nuada sits on the broken throne, the stump of his arm wrapped in linen soaked with Brigid's healing salve. His face is gray. The Dagda stands behind him, one massive hand on his shoulder. The bards have no songs left. Dian's sect kneels before the king, the silver arm cradled in his lap like a dead child. I can make another, he says. Stronger. Seamless. Nuada shakes his head. A king must be whole by birth, not craft. The law is carved in the bones of the world. The Morrígan watches from the gateway, ravens silent on her shoulders. She says nothing. She does not need to. The Tuatha know. A council is called beneath the open sky. The 4 treasures are brought forth. The stone of Fal remains mute beneath Nuada's touch. The spear of Lugh leans against its pedestal, fire dim. The sword of light lies cold. Only the cauldron steams, but the steam smells of ash. Brigid speaks first. We cannot fight divided. Ogma nods. A king without blemish, or no king at all. The Dagda's voice rumbles like distant thunder. Then we choose another. Names are spoken, none fit. The stone will not cry. Hours pass. The sun climbs, then falls. Torches are lit. Children sleep in their mother's arms. Finally, a young warrior steps forward. His name is Bress, the same Bress who led the Fomorians. He stands tall, wound bandaged, face pale but proud. I am half of both, he says. Let me rule. I will bind the tribes. Silence. The stone of Fal gives a single, reluctant groan. It is enough. Nuada rises. He places his remaining hand on Bress's shoulder. Rule well, he says. Or not at all. The crown of woven rowan and gold is placed on Bress's head. The Tuatha cheer, but the sound is thin. The Dagda's eyes are storms. Brigid turns away. The Morrígan smiles, sharp as a blade. That night, Bress feasts in the great hall. The cauldron overflows. Mead flows like rivers. Fomorian lords sit among the Tuatha, laughing too loud. Nuada sits apart, silver arm buried beneath a cairn with the honored dead. Bress raises a cup. To peace, he says. The Tuatha drink. The Fomorians drink deeper. Days become weeks. Bress's laws are small cruelties wrapped in silk. Tuatha artisans are sent to build palaces on storm islands. Tuatha farmers give half their harvest to Fomorian tables. The bards are told to sing of Bress's beauty, not the old heroes. The stone of Fal falls silent forever. The Dagda's club gathers dust. Brigid's forge cools. Children grow thin. The land itself begins to forget the Tuatha's names. Whispers travel on the wind. Rebellion stirs in the west, where the hills are wild and the wrath still free. A messenger arrives at dawn, cloak torn, face bloodied. He kneels before the Dagda. They take our daughters, he says. They break our harps. The Dagda's hand tightens on his club. The healing end cracks. That night, the Morrígan walks the plain alone. She stops at Nuada's cairn. She places a raven feather on the stones. The wheel turns, she whispers. Far away, in a hidden valley, a child is born. His mother is a Tuatha princess. His father is unknown, though some say the wind itself. The child's eyes open and the stars reflect in them. His name is Lugh. The prophecy begins. In the great hall, Brest dreams of conquest. He sees himself riding Balor's chariot, the evil eye bound to his will. He wakes smiling. Outside, the moon is red. The Morrígan stands beneath it, arms raised. 3 ravens become one. The bird flies north, toward the storm islands. Behind it, the wind carries a single word, soon. You stand with the Morrígan on the plain. The cairns are cold. The wrath is empty. Bressa's banners flap in the wind, shark teeth snapping. 7 years, the Morrígan says. 7 years of tyranny. Then the reckoning. She turns to you. Her eyes are pits of night. Sleep now, dreamer. The golden age is ash, but ash feeds new growth. The plain dissolves. You are on the river again, moving faster now, the water dark and swift. Ahead, a light flickers, not warm but fierce. The path of rebellion. 7 years crawl by like wounded beasts. The land of Eriu forgets its own name. Rivers run thick with silt. Harvests wither in the field. The raths stand empty, their gates hanging like broken jaws. Brest rules from a palace of black basalt raised on the bones of drowned ships. Its halls echo with Fomorian laughter and the clink of iron chains. Tuatha children are born with fear in their eyes. The Dagda wanders the western hills, club dragging behind him, leaving furrows that fill with rainwater and sorrow. Brigid keeps a single coal alive in a hidden forge beneath a hawthorn tree. She whispers to it every night. Not yet. Nuada lives in exile on a small island where the gulls scream like lost souls. He carves wooden boats with his one hand and sets them adrift, each carrying a message no one will read. The Morrígan moves unseen. Sometimes a washerwoman at the ford, sometimes a raven on a battlefield, sometimes a shadow in Bressa's dreams. She counts the days. In the hidden valley, Lugh grows. He is 7 now, tall for his age, hair the color of ripe wheat. His foster father, a smith named Goibniu, teaches him to shape iron with song. His foster mother, Tailtiu, teaches him the names of every star. At night, he dreams of a spear that burns without consuming, a horse that runs on wind, a king with a silver arm. He wakes with the taste of destiny on his tongue. One morning, a stranger arrives at the valley. He wears a cloak of many colors and carries a harp strung with the hair of drowned maidens. His name is the Ildanak, the many-gifted. He is Lugh in disguise, testing the world. He plays a note. The forge fire leaps. Goibniu drops his hammer. Tailtiu weeps without knowing why. Lugh smiles. It is time, he says. Word spreads on raven wings. The Tuatha who still remember gather in secret. They meet in caves where the walls sweat starlight. They sharpen spears of ash. They braid slings from the hair of their dead. The Dagda sharpens his club until it sings. Brigid fans her coal into a flame that can melt iron. The insect forges a new silver arm, lighter, stronger, jointed with the sinew of a salmon that swam upstream through time. Nuada receives it in silence. He flexes the fingers. They answer like loyal dogs. The Morrígan appears at the mouth of the cave. The omens are right, she says. The moon is in the house of the spear. She hands Lugh a small black stone, the same one Brest took from Balor. Plant this in his path, she says. It will grow into doubt. Lugh tucks it into his pouch. The army assembles on a plain hidden by mist. Not large, but fierce. Warriors who have waited 7 years for vengeance. Healers who have mended broken bones with songs. Bards whose voices can shatter stone. Lugh stands before them. He is young, but his shadow is old. "We do not fight for land," he says. "We fight for memory." The Tuatha roar. The sound shakes loose snow from distant mountains. Bress hears it in his palace. He laughs at first. Then the laugh catches in his throat. Balor stands beside him, eye veiled. "They come," the old giant says. "Let them." Bress sends messengers to every storm island. Fomorian ships gather like black clouds. Their prows are carved into screaming faces. Their sails are stitched from the skins of seals. The sea boils. On the eve of battle, Lugh walks alone to the shore. The moon is a silver blade. He throws the black stone into the waves. It sinks without a ripple. Far beneath, something stirs. The next morning, the Tuatha march. Lugh rides a horse the color of smoke. Nuada walks beside him, silver arm gleaming. The Dagda carries his cauldron on his back. It is empty now, waiting to be filled with something other than food. Brigid rides a chariot drawn by 2 white cows that leave trails of flame. The Morrígan flies overhead, a single raven that casts the shadow of an army. They meet the Fomorians on the plain of Mag Twyard. The ground is already scarred from the first battle. The grass remembers blood. Bress stands in his chariot, crown askew. Balor's eye is unveiled. The light that pours forth is a desert at noon. Tuatha's shields melt. Warriors fall to their knees, skin blistering. Lugh raises the spear. It drinks the light and grows brighter. He hurls it. The spear flies straight into Balor's eye. There is no sound, only a sigh, as if the world exhales a poison it has carried for centuries. Balor falls. The Fomorians waver. Bress sees his grandfather die and knows the tide has turned. He turns his chariot to flee. The Dagda's club catches him between the shoulder blades. The killing end does its work. The battle is short. Mercy is given where it is asked. The surviving Fomorians are sent back to their islands with a warning carved in their memories. The Tuathas stand amid the dead. The plain is red. The Morrígan walks among the bodies, washing weapons in a stream that runs clear despite the blood. Lugh finds Nuada. The king's silver arm is dented but unbroken. "The stone will sing again," Lugh says. Nuada smiles for the first time in 7 years. The will has turned. The plain of Mag Twyard steams in the aftermath. The sun is a dull coin behind drifting smoke. The Tuatha walk among their dead, lifting bodies with the gentleness of mothers lifting sleeping children. The Dagda's cauldron is set in the center of the field. It is no longer empty. Steam rises carrying the scent of warm bread and honeyed milk. One by one, the fallen are lowered into it. Their wounds close. Their eyes open. They step out whole, armor gone, hair wet, smiling like men waking from a long dream. The bards sing a new song, soft as moth wings. The grass begins to grow again, green pushing through red. Brigid walks the perimeter, hammer tapping the earth. Where she strikes, white flowers bloom, each petal a tiny flame that will not burn the hand that holds it. Nuada stands on a small rise, silver arm raised. The stone of Fal is brought to him on a litter of woven hazel. It has been silent for 7 years. He places his remaining hand upon it. The stone cries out, a single clear note that rings across the plain and into the hills beyond. Birds answer from every tree. The Tuatha cheer, a sound like waves breaking on a friendly shore. Lugh stands beside the king. His spear is planted in the earth, fire cooled to a steady glow. "The land remembers," he says. Tuatha nods. "And so must we." A council is called beneath an ancient oak that survived the battle. Its roots drink from a spring that tastes of iron and forgiveness. The four treasures are returned to their pedestals. The spear leans quiet. The sword hums softly. The cauldron steams. The stone sings whenever a true heart touches it. Bressa's crown is melted down by Brigid and recast into a simple torque that any may wear who earns it. The Fomorian ships are burned on the shore. Their ashes are scattered to the four winds with a blessing in the old tongue. The surviving giants are given a choice: swear peace or leave forever. Most leave. A few stay, their children destined to be smiths and poets in later ages. The wraths are rebuilt higher, stronger, woven with spells of binding and welcome. Time begins to flow again inside them, slow and sweet as mead. Children are born laughing. Harvests return threefold. The Dagda walks the fields at dusk, club now a walking staff, cauldron slung on his back filled with seed corn. He sings as he walks, and the earth answers with barley and wheat. Brigid's forge is moved to the center of the greatest wrath. It burns day and night, never consuming fuel. Smiths from every tribe come to learn. They craft plowshares and harp pegs, sickles and torques. The Morrígan is rarely seen now. She walks the borders at night, a shadow among shadows. Sometimes a farmer finds a raven feather on his doorstep and knows his cattle will be safe. Sometimes a warrior wakes with a single black feather on his pillow and knows it is time to lay down his spear. Lugh travels the land, teaching. He shows children how to throw a sling so the stone returns to the hand. He shows women how to weave cloth that changes color with the moon. He shows men how to read the weather in the flight of birds. Wherever he goes, the stone of fowl sings when he passes. Years fold like blankets. The golden age returns, but it is different now, tempered by memory. Scars remain on the land and on the people, but scars tell stories. Tuatha rules for another 7 years. Then, one morning, he walks into the western sea carrying the old silver arm. The waves close over him. The stone sings one last time and falls silent. Lugh is crowned beneath the same oak. The torque fits his neck as if born there. The Dagda gives him the cauldron. Brigid gives him a flame that will never die. The Morrígan gives him a single raven feather. For the battles yet to come, she says. Lugh accepts them all. The feast that night lasts 9 days. Mead flows from the cauldron without diminishing. The bards sing of Tuatha, of Bress, of Baylor, of the spear that pierced the eye of tyranny. Children fall asleep in their parents' laps. Lovers dance beneath stars that seem closer than before. You stand at the edge of the firelight. The Morrígan finds you there. Her cloak is the color of deep water. "This is the hinge," she says. "Peace earned by blood. Guard it." She places the raven feather in your hand. It is warm. The fire dims. The oak spreads its branches like arms. The path appears again, leading away from the wrath, into a forest older than the battle, older than the golden age. You follow. The feather dissolves into smoke that smells of rain on hot stone. The story carries you forward, gentle but relentless. The forest you enter now is not the same one you left. The trees are taller, their trunks silver-barked and smooth as moonlight. Their leaves are not green but every shade of dusk, indigo, violet, deep rose, and they rustle without wind. The path is paved with round white stones that glow faintly, each one a memory of a Tuatha who walked here before. You step on Tuatha's stone and feel the weight of his silver arm. You step on Brigid's and smell warm bread. You step on the Dagda's and hear distant laughter. The Morrígan is gone, but her presence lingers like the scent of rain on iron. The path ends at a lake, so still it might be a mirror held up to the sky. The stars reflect perfectly, and you cannot tell where water ends and heaven begins. On the far shore stands a woman made of light. Not Brigid. Her flame is warmer, kinder. This light is cold, sharp, ancient. She raises one hand, and the lake parts like silk. A bridge of moonbeams forms, narrow but solid. You cross. The light woman speaks without opening her mouth. Her voice is inside your head, soft as snowfall. You have seen the arrival. Now see the settling. The shore beyond is a meadow of silver grass. In its center stands a single standing stone, taller than any rath, carved with spirals that move when you are not looking directly at them. Around it, the Tuatha build, not with hands, but with will. Earth rises and shapes itself into walls. Hazel wands plant themselves and grow into roofs. Springs bubble up and form pools lined with quartz. Children run laughing, trailing light behind them like comet tails. The Dagda sits on a hillock, legs crossed, cauldron between his knees. He dips a ladle and pours out a stream of golden grain that becomes a field of wheat before it touches the ground. Brigid walks the boundary, hammer tapping every 10th stone. Where she taps, a hearth appears, already lit, already warm. Lugh stands atop the standing stone, arms outstretched. From his fingertips pour birds, swallows, larks, ravens, swans, each one carrying a seed in its beak. They scatter across the meadow, and the seeds become orchards, vineyards, groves of oak and ash. The bards sit in a circle beneath the stone. Their harps are now part of their bodies, strings growing from their fingertips. They play without moving, and the music shapes the air into doorways, windows, staircases that spiral upward into nothing and yet lead somewhere. A house forms around you as you watch. Its walls are woven from living willow. Its floor is packed earth sprinkled with clover. Its roof is thatched with starlight. You step inside. A fire burns in a hearth of river stones. A table is set with bread, cheese, apples red as blood. A bed waits in the corner, mattress stuffed with swan's down, blankets woven from cloud. You are not hungry, not tired, yet the room invites you to rest. Outside, the building continues. Raths rise in rings, each one larger than the last, connected by paths of white stone. Bridges arch over streams that sing in three-part harmony. Gardens bloom with flowers that open only at night and close their petals at the first hint of dawn. Children chase fireflies that leave trails of letters in the old Ogham script. The letters spell blessings no one needs to read to understand. Time passes, but not in years. In heartbeats, in breaths, in the space between one note of a harp and the next. The Tuatha age, but slowly, gracefully, like wine improving in the cask. Tuatha's hair turns silver to match his arm. The Dagda's beard grows long enough to braid with flowers. Brigid's eyes deepen until they hold every fire ever lit by human hand. Lugh remains young, but his shadow grows longer, stretching across the meadow until it touches the standing stone and climbs its spirals. One evening, the sky turns the color of bruised plums. A wind rises from the north, carrying the smell of salt and storm. The Tuatha pause. The children stop playing. The bards fall silent. Lugh climbs the standing stone. He shades his eyes and looks toward the horizon. A fleet of black ships sails across the sky, not on water, but on clouds. Their sails are stitched from the wings of bats. Their prows are carved into screaming faces. The Fomorians have returned, but not as they were. They are fewer, harder, forged in the fires of exile. At their head stands a woman with hair of sea foam and eyes of green fire. Her name is Sethlin. She is Baelor's daughter, Bressa's sister, and she has come for vengeance. The Morrígan appears beside Lugh. She is solid now, no longer shadow. Her armor is black feathers and bone. The second battle, she says. The one that ends the age. Lugh nods. He descends the stone. The Tuatha arm themselves, not with anger, but with memory. The Dagda lifts his club. Brigid banks her forged fire into a single coal she tucks into her pouch. The bards tune their harps to a minor key. The standing stone hums, deep as a drum. You stand at the edge of the meadow. The house behind you dissolves into light and rejoins the sky. The path reappears, leading away from the raths, into a darkness that smells of iron and heather. The Morrígan looks back once. "Stay if you wish," she says, "or follow. The choice is always yours." You follow. The meadow fades. The standing stone shrinks to a pebble in your hand. It is warm. The story tightens around you like a drumskin before the first beat. The darkness you walk into is not empty. It is thick with purpose, like the pause before a harp string is struck. The pebble in your hand pulses once, twice, then settles into a steady heartbeat. The Morrígan is gone, but her absence has weight. You are alone on a narrow track of packed earth that winds between two hills shaped like sleeping lions. The sky above is starless, yet you see clearly, as if the night itself is a lantern. The track ends at a crossroads marked by 4 stones, each one taller than a man and carved with a single symbol that hurts to look at directly. From the east comes a low humming, from the west a scent of smoke, from the north the sound of waves though no sea is near, from the south the warmth of a fire you cannot see. You stand in the center. The pebbles in your hand grow heavier. A voice speaks, not the Morrígan's, not Lugh's, not any voice you know. It is the land itself, old as bone, patient as stone. Choose, it says, but know that all paths lead to the same place. You close your fist around the pebble. It cracks open like an egg. Inside is a seed of light. You plant it in the earth at the crossroads. The ground drinks it. The 4 stones lean inward. A tree grows in an instant, trunk of ash, branches of you, leaves of gold that chime when they touch. From its roots pour 4 streams, one to each direction. You follow the eastern stream. It is narrow, clear, cold as melted snow. After 7 steps it widens into a pool ringed with reeds that whisper in a language older than words. At the pool's center floats a stone the size of a heart, rough, gray, unremarkable. Yet when you look at it, your own heart stumbles. This is the Lugh Fail, the stone of destiny, brought from the city of Phaelius by the Tuatha when they fled the sinking north. It was here before the first battle, silent beneath Bress, screaming beneath Nuada, singing beneath Lugh. Now it waits. You wade into the pool. The water does not wet your skin. You lift the stone. It is heavier than mountains, lighter than breath. It sings a single note that makes the reeds stand straight and the stars, though hidden, lean closer. You carry it back to the tree. The eastern branch lowers. A hollow forms in the trunk. You place the stone inside. The tree drinks the note. The eastern stream dries to silver sand. You return to the crossroads. The northern path calls now, a wind that smells of salt and iron. You follow. The ground rises into cliffs of black basalt. Waves crash far below, though you see no sea. A cave yawns in the cliff face, its mouth shaped like a screaming mouth. Inside, darkness is absolute. You step in. The darkness is warm. Something moves. A shape detaches from the wall, tall, slender, made of red ash wood and living flame. It is the spear of Lugh, though Lugh has not yet claimed it. It was forged in Gorias by the smiths of the sunrise, tempered in dragon's breath, quenched in the tears of a king who forgave his enemy. It has never missed its mark. You reach out. The spear allows your touch. Its fire does not burn. It hums, eager and patient. You lift it. The cave brightens. The walls are painted with scenes of battles yet to come. Lugh hurling the spear into Balor's eye, a child catching it as it returns, an old man planting it in the earth to mark a grave. You carry the spear back to the tree. The northern branch lowers. A notch forms like a spear rest. You set it there. The tree drinks the fire. The northern wind dies. You return to the crossroads. The western path smells of smoke and old blood. You follow. The ground softens into a battlefield long abandoned. Bones lie scattered, picked clean by time. Ravens perch on rib cages, silent. In the center stands a sword thrust into the earth up to its hilt. The blade is a bar of captured dawn, edges sharp enough to cut shadow. This is the Clam Solace, the sword of light, forged in Phineas in the tears of widows who forgave. It has never been drawn in anger. You grasp the hilt. The sword slides free with a sigh, as if relieved. Light pours from the blade, not blinding but gentle, the color of morning on snow. The bones glow. The ravens take flight. You carry the sword back to the tree. The western branch lowers. A scabbard of living you forms. You sheath the sword. The tree drinks the light. The western smoke clears. You return to the crossroads. Only the southern path remains. It is warm, almost hot. You follow. The ground slopes down into a valley where a fire burns without fuel. Around it sits the Dagda, vast and gentle, cauldron between his knees. The cauldron is black iron, wide enough for 9 men. It steams with the scent of bread, meat, mead, and something deeper, memory, perhaps, or forgiveness. This is the Quar Ansik, the Undri cauldron from Urias, filled with the laughter of children who never knew hunger. You kneel. The Dagda looks up. His eyes are deep as wells. You've come far, he says. One more step. You lift the cauldron. It is empty yet full, light yet heavy. You carry it back to the tree. The southern branch lowers. A hollow forms like a bowl. You set the cauldron there. The tree drinks the steam. The southern warmth spreads. The 4 streams are gone. The 4 stones stand straight. The tree is complete. Its leaves chime a chord that makes the hills answer. You stand beneath it. The treasures are home. The crossroads dissolve. You are back on the path. The tree now a seed in your pocket, warm as a coal. The story waits, patient as stone. The seed in your pocket pulses once, like a second heart. The path beneath your feet is now paved with the same white stones from the crossroads, but they no longer glow. They are cool, ordinary, yet each one carries the memory of a treasure. You walk. The forest around you is changed again. The trees are younger, their bark rough, their leaves the green of new copper. Birds sing in voices you almost recognize, snatches of old lullabies, fragments of battle hymns. The air smells of turned earth and distant rain. After 100 steps, the path opens into a clearing. In its center stands a low mound of earth topped with a single hawthorn tree. Its berries are blood red, its thorns black as midnight. Beneath the tree sits a woman spinning. Her wheel is made of yew and bone. The thread she spins is silver, catching what little light filters through the leaves. She does not look up. "You carry the four," she says. Her voice is the sound of a river meeting the sea. But carrying is not keeping. You stop. The seed grows warmer. You take it from your pocket. It has become a small wooden box, no larger than a walnut, carved with the same moving spirals you saw on the standing stone. You open it. Inside lie 4 miniature treasures: a gray pebble that hums, a sliver of red ash that flickers, a shard of dawnlight, a drop of steam that refuses to evaporate. The spinner nods. "Plant them," she says, "but choose the order." You kneel. The earth is soft, dark, rich with worms and roots. You dig 4 small holes with your fingers. East for the stone, north for the spear, west for the sword, south for the cauldron. You place each treasure in its hole and cover them gently. The spinner's wheel stops. She stands. She is tall now, her hair unbound, silver threaded with black. She is Danu herself, mother of the Tuatha, older than the land, younger than the sea. She places her hand on the mound. The hawthorn shudders. Roots burst from the earth, thick as a man's thigh, seeking the buried treasures. The stone sings. The spear ignites. The sword flashes. The cauldron bubbles though no fire burns beneath it. The roots drink. The tree grows. In a single breath it becomes vast, its trunk wider than a raft, its branches spreading to cover the clearing like a roof. Its leaves are now 4 colors: gray, red, gold, black, each one a tiny shield. From its branches hang fruits: stone apples, spear pears, sword plums, cauldron berries. Danu plucks one of each. She offers them to you. "Eat," she says, "but know the taste." You bite the stone apple. It is hard, then soft, then memory. You taste the weight of kingship, the silence of false rulers, the cry of truth. You bite the spear pear. It burns, then cools, then teaches. You taste the certainty of the thrown weapon, the grief of the wound that cannot be undone. You bite the sword plum. It cuts your tongue, then heals. You taste the edge between mercy and justice, the light that blinds before it guides. You bite the cauldron berry. It is sweet, then bitter, then sweet again. You taste the hunger that never ends, the fullness that never empties, the sharing that binds. Danu watches. "Now you carry them truly," she says. "Not in hands, but in blood." The tree shudders again. A door opens in its trunk, round and dark as a well. You step through. You are inside the tree, but the space is larger than the clearing, larger than the forest. The walls are living wood, veined with silver sap. The floor is packed earth starred with tiny white flowers that open and close like breathing. In the center stand the 4 treasures, full size now, radiant. The stone of fowl rests on a pedestal of quartz. It sings continuously, a low note that makes your bones feel hollow and full at once. The spear of Lugh leans against a root, fire steady, patient. The sword of light lies across 2 branches, sheathed in silence. The Dagda's cauldron hangs from a hook of yew, steam rising in the shape of faces: Nuada, Bress, Baylor, Lugh, Brigid, the Morrígan, and others you do not yet know. Danu stands beside the cauldron. She dips a ladle and offers you a drink. The liquid is clear, warm, tasting of rain on hot stone. You drink. The treasures blur. The tree dissolves. You are standing in the clearing again, but the hawthorn is gone. In its place is a ring of 13 standing stones, each one carved with a different treasure symbol. The earth between them is bare, dark, waiting. Danu is gone. The spinner's wheel lies broken on the ground, its thread snapped. You pick up the thread. It is warm, alive, pulsing. You follow it. It leads out of the clearing, into a forest of oak and ash where the leaves whisper secrets in Ogham. The thread grows longer, thicker, becoming a rope, then a river, then a road. You walk. The treasures walk with you, not as objects, but as knowing. The stone in your step, the spear in your reach, the sword in your voice, the cauldron in your belly. The road forks. One path leads to a battlefield yet to be fought, the other to a hearth yet to be lit. You stand between them. The thread splits, one strand to each. Danu's voice returns, soft as the first star. Choose, she says, but know the treasures choose with you. You close your eyes. The seed in your blood pulses. The story waits, patient as roots. You open your eyes to the fork in the road. The left path is paved with broken spear shafts and rusted sword blades. The right with warm hearthstones and crumbs of bread. The silver thread from Danu's wheel hovers in the air, trembling between the two. You reach out and grasp it. It does not burn. It does not cut. It simply is. The thread tightens, pulling you gently toward the battlefield path. You step forward. The ground beneath your feet is soft with old blood that has soaked into the earth and become soil again. The air smells of iron and heather. The sky is the color of a bruise just beginning to yellow. You walk. After 7 times 7 steps, the path widens into a vast plain ringed by low hills. In the center stands a single oak tree, ancient, lightning-scarred, its roots exposed like the fingers of a drowning man. Beneath the tree lies the stone of Thal, cracked down the middle, its song reduced to a cracked whisper. The spear of Lugh is thrust into the earth beside it, fire gone, wood charred. The sword of light lies broken in 2 pieces, its dawnlight leaking out like blood from a wound. The Dagda's cauldron is overturned, its contents spilled and trampled into the mud. Warriors move across the plain like ghosts. Some wear Tuatha colors, some Fomorian. Their armor is dented, their faces hollow. They fight without sound, blades passing through flesh that does not bleed. You recognize none of them, yet you know them all. A young man with Lugh's eyes, but older, sadder, lifts the broken sword and tries to fit the pieces together. They will not join. A woman with Brigid's hair, now gray, kneels by the cauldron and scoops mud into it with her bare hands. The Dagda stands apart, club splintered, cauldronless, staring at the sky as if waiting for rain that will never come. The Morrígan is everywhere and nowhere, 3 ravens in the oak, a shadow on the ground, a whisper in the wind. You walk to the center. The cracked stone hums when you approach. You place your hand on the fracture. It is warm, pulsing, alive. The song tries to rise but chokes. You feel the weight of every false king who ever touched it, every true king who ever made it sing. The spear beside it twitches, trying to ignite. You grasp its shaft. The wood is cold, but beneath the char you feel the memory of fire. You lift it. The tip points to the sky. A single spark jumps from the metal to the clouds. Thunder answers, distant but real. The broken sword lies at your feet. You pick up both pieces. The edges are still sharp. You hold them together. The dawnlight flickers, trying to mend. You press harder. A thin line of gold appears where the break was. It holds, but only just. The cauldron is heaviest. You right it. The mud inside is thick, black, alive with worms. You scoop it out with your hands. Beneath the mud is a single drop of clear liquid, warm as blood. You pour it back in. The cauldron sighs. Steam rises, faint but steady. The warriors pause. The ghosts look up. The Dagda turns. His eyes are wells of grief. "Who are you?" he asks. His voice is the sound of a tree falling in an empty forest. You do not answer with words. You lift the spear. The spark jumps again. You hold the mended sword aloft. The dawnlight spreads, thin but growing. You set the cauldron upright. The steam thickens, carrying the scent of bread and mead. The Dagda steps forward. He places his massive hand on the cauldron's rim. It grows to fit him. The mud falls away. The metal shines. He dips a finger and tastes. His eyes close. "Still good," he says. The woman with Brigid's hair stands. She takes the sword from your hand. The gold line thickens. The blade is whole. She swings it once. The dawnlight cuts a clean line through the ghosts. They do not bleed. They simply fade, released. The young man with Lugh's eyes lifts the spear. The fire returns, steady, patient. He plants it in the earth beside the stone. The crack begins to close. The song rises, cracked but true. The Morrígan lands as a single raven on the oak branch. She cocks her head. "Not the end," she says. "Only a beginning." The plane shifts. The ghosts are gone. The earth is clean. The oak stands straight, scars healed. The treasures are whole, but changed, scarred, tempered, wiser. The Dagda lifts the cauldron onto his shoulder. It is full now, steaming with light. Brigid, she is Brigid again, takes the sword. Lugh, he is Lugh now, grasps the spear. The stone sings beneath their feet. They look at you. "You carried them," Lugh says. "Now they carry you." The plane dissolves. You are back at the fork. The battlefield path is gone. Only the hearth path remains, warm, inviting. The silver thread leads you onward. The treasures walk within you, quiet but present. The story softens, like a blade cooled in water. The hearth path is warm beneath your feet, each stone a small sun. The air smells of baking bread, peat smoke, and crushed rosemary. The silver thread from Danu's wheel has become a ribbon of light that floats ahead like a lantern. You follow it through a tunnel of woven hazel branches that arch overhead, their leaves whispering lullabies in the old tongue. After 100 heartbeats, the tunnel opens into a round chamber hollowed from the roots of a single ancient oak. The walls are smooth, polished by centuries of hands. The floor is packed earth scattered with dried rose petals that release their scent when stepped on. In the center burns a small fire, no larger than a cooking hearth, yet it fills the space with golden light. Around it sit 4 figures, one at each quarter. To the east sits a child with eyes like river stones. In her lap rests the Lugh fail, no longer cracked. It sung a soft hum that makes the rose petals tremble. To the north stands a youth with hair the color of forge embers. He holds the spear of Lugh upright, its tip a steady flame that does not consume the wood. To the west kneels an old woman whose face shifts like cloud shadows. She cradles the sword of light across her knees. Its blade reflects not the fire, but every face that has ever looked into it. To the south sits a man vast as a hill, legs crossed, the Dagda's cauldron between his knees. It steams gently, the scent of stew and mead and warm milk rising in slow spirals. They do not speak. They only watch. You step into the circle. The fire flares, then settles. The child lifts the stone and offers it. You take it. It is warm, heavier than before, yet fits your palm like it was carved for you. The youth offers the spear. You grasp the shaft. The flame leaps to your wrist, then calms, a heartbeat of fire. The old woman offers the sword. You take the hilt. The blade sings a note that matches the stone. The man offers the cauldron's ladle. You dip it. The liquid is clear, warm, tasting of rain on barley. You drink. The treasures settle inside you, not as objects, but as knowing. The stone in your bones, the spear in your blood, the sword in your breath, the cauldron in your belly. The four figures fade into the firelight. The chamber expands. You are no longer beneath the oak, but inside a great rath built of living wood and stone. The walls are hung with tapestries woven from light, scenes of the Tuatha's arrival, the first battle, the 7 years of tyranny, the second battle, the treasures restored. The fire is now a central hearth, its flames tall but gentle. Around it gather the Tuatha, not as gods, but as people. Children chase sparks that become fireflies. Old men play fidgel on boards carved from driftwood. Women braid each other's hair with threads of gold and silver. The Dagda sits on a bench of oak, cauldron at his side, ladling stew into wooden bowls that never empty. Brigid tends the fire with a poker of rowan wood. Lugh stands near the door, spear leaning against the wall, teaching a circle of youths how to throw a sling so the stone returns. The Morrígan is absent, yet her presence lingers in the rafters where 3 ravens perch, silent. You walk among them. No one sees you, yet everyone makes room. A child tugs your sleeve and offers a crust of bread still warm from the oven. You eat. It tastes of sunlight and rain. An old woman presses a cup of mead into your hand. You drink. It tastes of heather and honey and the first day of summer. A bard begins to sing. His voice is gravel and honey. He sings of the 4 treasures, not as weapons or relics, but as promises. The stone promises truth. The spear promises courage. The sword promises clarity. The cauldron promises plenty. The song weaves through the wrath, through the people, through you. The fire dims to embers. The Tuatha settle onto benches, onto the floor, into each other's arms. Children fall asleep mid-sentence. Lovers lean together, foreheads touching. The bard's voice softens to a whisper. The embers glow. You feel the treasures within you settle into sleep, not absence, but rest. The wrath fades. You are back on the hearth path, the ribbon of light, now a thin silver thread again. The scent of bread and smoke lingers in your clothes. The story carries you forward, gentle as a mother rocking a cradle. The next treasure is not an object. It is a choice. The silver thread thins to a spider's filament, then vanishes. You stand alone on the hearth path, the scent of warm bread still clinging to your skin. The ground beneath your feet is no longer stone but packed clay, cool and smooth as river silt. Ahead, the path splits around a low hill shaped like a sleeping woman. Her hair is a cascade of heather, her breasts, 2 gentle mounds topped with rowan trees. Between them, a narrow passage glows with soft amber light. You enter. The walls are roots of the rowan, polished by centuries of hands. They pulse faintly, like veins beneath bark. The air is thick with the smell of apples and wood smoke. After 13 steps, the passage opens into a round chamber no larger than a cottage. In its center stands a low table of bog oak. Upon it rest 4 objects, simple, almost humble. A gray river pebble, a short iron nail, a shard of broken mirror. A small clay cup filled with dark liquid. No fire, no figures, no song. Only silence, so complete you hear your own blood. You step closer. The pebble is the Lugh Fail, reduced to its essence, no longer a screaming stone of kingship, but a quiet witness. You lift it. It is cool, ordinary, yet when you close your fist around it, you feel the weight of every oath ever sworn upon it. You set it down. The nail is the spear of Lugh, stripped of flame and glory. Just iron, cold and honest. You touch its point. A single drop of blood wells on your finger, bright as rowan berry. It does not hurt. You press the drop to the nail. The metal drinks it. A faint red line appears along its length, like a vein. You set it down. The mirror shard is the sword of light, broken to its truth. It reflects nothing, no face, no fire. Only the inside of your eyelids when you blink. You hold it to the light that isn't there. The reflection shows a battlefield empty of warriors, only grass growing over old bones. You set it down. The clay cup is the cauldron, small enough to cradle in both hands. The liquid inside is black, thick, smelling of earth after rain. You lift it to your lips. It is not mead, not stew, not water. It is absence, the space where hunger lives before it is filled. You drink. It is warm, bitter, then sweet. Your stomach settles. You set the cup down. The four objects sit in silence. You understand. The treasures are not objects. They are choices. The pebble asks, will you speak truth even when it costs? The nail asks, will you act even when it wounds? The mirror asks, will you see clearly even when it shames? The cup asks, will you give even when you are empty? You stand in the chamber. The roots pulse faster. The rowan trees outside rustle though there is no wind. You reach for the pebble. It crumbles to dust in your hand. Truth is not stone. You reach for the nail. It bends like warm wax. Courage is not iron. You reach for the mirror. It clouds, then clears, showing your own face, older, scarred, calm. Clarity is not glass. You reach for the cup. It is empty now, yet heavy. Plenty is not liquid. The table dissolves. The chamber expands. You are standing in the open beneath the rowan mound. The four choices settle inside you like seeds. The path reappears, but it is different, wider, softer, made of fallen rowan berries that burst beneath your feet and smell of autumn. You walk. After 49 steps, you come to a fork. To the left, a battlefield still smoldering, smoke curling like question marks. To the right, a hearth freshly laid, with stacked flint waiting. Between them stands a child, no older than 7, hair the color of ripe wheat, eyes the green of forest pools. Lugh, but not yet the many-skilled. Just a boy holding a sling and a single smooth stone. He looks at you. I'm supposed to choose, he says, but I don't know which battle to fight or which fire to light. You kneel. The treasures stir within you. You open your hand. In it lies the dust of the pebble, the bent nail, the clouded mirror, the empty cup. You offer them. Lugh takes the dust and lets it fall between his fingers. It becomes soil. He takes the nail and straightens it with his teeth. It becomes a plowshare. He takes the mirror and breathes on it. It becomes a window. He takes the cup and turns it upside down. It becomes a bowl for seed. He smiles. Now I know, he says. The battlefield fades. The hearth ignites on its own, flames blue and steady. Lugh walks toward it, sling over his shoulder, stone in his pocket. You follow. The rowan mound closes behind you like a door. The path is gone. You are inside the hearth now, but the hearth is the world. The story breathes around you, warm and alive. The hearth is no longer a single fire. It is every fire ever lit in Ireland, from the first spark struck by a shivering hunter to the last peat ember glowing in a cottage on the Atlantic coast. You stand in the center, and the flames do not burn. They part around you like water. The walls are made of smoke that never rises, the floor of ash that never cools. Lugh sits cross-legged on a stone that was once the Lugh fail, but is now simply a seat. The boy is gone. The man has not yet arrived. He is between. In his lap rests the sling, the stone, the plowshare, the window, the bowl. He turns them over in his hands as if weighing futures. The Dagda enters from the east, vast and gentle, carrying the cauldron on his shoulder like a child's toy. It is full now, not of food but of light, soft, golden, steady. He sets it down beside Lugh. Steam rises in the shape of faces, Tuatha smiling, Bress weeping, Baylor blind, Brigid singing. The faces dissolve into warmth. Brigid enters from the west, hammer resting on her shoulder. Her hair is fire, her eyes are water. She carries no forge, only a single coal glowing in her palm. She places it in the cauldron. The light brightens, takes on color, red, gold, green, blue. The Morrígan enters from the north, cloaked in raven feathers that shift like oil on water. She carries nothing. She is the nothing. She stands behind Lugh and places her hands on his shoulders. Her touch is cold, but not cruel. "Choose," she says. Her voice is the sound of a blade leaving its sheath. Lugh looks at the treasures in his lap. He lifts the sling. "This for the battle I must fight." He lifts the stone. "This for the truth I must speak." He lifts the plowshare. "This for the land I must heal." He lifts the window. "This for the future I must see." He lifts the bowl. "This for the people I must feed." He stands. The hearth expands. The smoke walls become sky. The ash floor becomes earth. You are on a plain at dawn, mist curling around your ankles. The Tuatha gather, not as army, not as court, but as family. Children, elders, warriors, smiths, poets. They form a circle around Lugh. The Dagda lifts the cauldron high. Brigid raises her coal. The Morrígan spreads her cloak. Lugh steps forward. He places the sling at the east, the stone at the north, the plowshare at the west, the bowl at the south, the window he holds above his head. The circle tightens. The Dagda pours light from the cauldron over the sling. It becomes a harp strung with dawn. Brigid touches her coal to the stone. It becomes a seed that sprouts into a rowan tree in a single breath. The Morrígan breathes on the plowshare. It becomes a spear of living ash, tip flaming but not consuming. Lugh lowers the window. It becomes a mirror that shows not the present but the possible. The circle sings, not with voices but with being. The harp plays itself. The rowan drops berries that become birds. The spear plants itself in the earth and grows into a pillar of fire that warms but does not burn. The mirror reflects every face in the circle, young and old, living and remembered. The treasures are whole again, but transformed. No longer objects of power, but promises kept. Lugh stands in the center. He is no longer between. He is Lugh Samaldanac, the many-skilled. The circle opens. The Tuatha walk away, each carrying a spark from the hearth, a berry from the tree, a feather from the spear, a reflection from the mirror. They scatter across the plain, into the hills, into the raths, into the world. The Dagda lifts the cauldron. It is empty now, yet full. He offers it to you. You look inside. You see your own face, calm, scarred, kind. You see the face of every person who will ever listen to this story. You see the face of the land itself, green and gold and gray. You nod. The Dagda smiles. Brigid takes your hand. Her palm is warm. The Morrígan takes the other. Her palm is cold. Lugh stands before you. He offers the mirror. You look. You see the end of the Golden Age, the coming of the Milesians, the fading of the Tuatha into the city. You see the treasures buried, hidden, waiting. You see yourself walking out of the hearth, carrying the story. You hand the mirror back. Lugh nods. The plane dissolves. You are on the path again, the silver thread reappearing, now thick as a rope. The hearth is behind you. The battlefield is ahead, but not yet. The story breathes, slow and deep. The treasures walk within you, quiet but awake. The rope of silver light thickens into a bridge of living ash, stretching across a chasm where the earth has cracked open like a broken bowl. Mist rises from the depths, smelling of rain on hot iron. You step onto the bridge. It holds. The ash is warm, pulsing faintly, as if the tree it came from still dreams. Halfway across, a figure waits. He is tall, lean, hair the color of ripe wheat catching dawn. His eyes are the green of forest pools after rain. He wears a cloak of many colors, sunrise, storm, harvest, winter, shifting with every breath. In one hand, he holds a sling. In the other, a harp strung with light. This is Lugh, no longer the boy, not yet the king. He is the hinge between. He smiles, and the mist parts. You carry the treasures, he says. His voice is wind through barley. Now carry me. You nod. The bridge dissolves behind you. You stand on solid ground again, but the ground is a hilltop at sunrise. The plain spreads below, golden with wheat, silver with dew. Wrathed the landscape like beads on a necklace. Smoke rises from hearths. Cattle low. Children's laughter drifts upward like birds. Lugh walks ahead. You follow. The hill slopes gently into a valley where a river bends like a sleeping cat. On its bank stands a forge, open to the sky, fire bright but contained. Goibniu the smith hammers a plowshare that sings with every blow. Beside him, Cradle the craftsman carves a torque from gold so pure it glows. Beside him, Lugh to the right shapes a spear shaft from ash that bends but does not break. They look up as Lugh approaches. Goibniu wipes sweat from his brow. You're late, he says. Lugh laughs. Time bends for the skilled. He steps into the forge. The fire flares, then settles into a steady blue. He lifts the sling. Teach me, he says. Goibniu takes the sling. He loads it with a river pebble. He whirls it once, twice, releases. The pebble flies, strikes a distant oak, returns to his hand. Accuracy, he says. Lugh takes the sling. He loads it with a spark from the forge. He whirls it. The spark becomes a star. It strikes the oak, bursts into 1,000 fireflies, returns as a coal. Goibniu nods. Cradle offers the torque. It is a perfect circle, no beginning, no end. Craft, he says. Lugh takes it. He breathes on it. The gold softens, flows, reshapes into a crown of rowan leaves. He sets it on Goibniu's head. The smith's eyes widen. Lugh offers the spear shaft. It is smooth, strong, alive. Strength, he says. Lugh takes it. He plants it in the earth. It grows into a sapling, then a tree, then a pillar of ash that touches the sky. He plucks a leaf. It becomes a feather. He tucks it behind Crane's ear. The three brothers step back. The forge fire dims to embers. Lugh turns to you. Skill is not gift, he says. It is practice. He leads you away from the forge, along the river. The water is clear, showing fish that swim upstream against time. On the far bank stands a harpist, blind, fingers moving over strings that are not there. The music is the sound of rain on leaves, of wind and wheat, of a mother's heartbeat. Lugh stops. Teach me, he says. The harpist tilts his head. What do you offer? Lugh offers the feather. The harpist takes it. He plucks a string. The feather becomes a note that lingers in the air, then falls as a raindrop. Music is memory, the harpist says. Lugh takes the harp. He plays a single chord. The river stops flowing. Fish hang suspended. Birds freeze mid-flight. He releases the cord. Time resumes. The harpist smiles. Lugh tucks the harp under his arm. He leads you onward, into a meadow where children play a game with stones and sticks. They build towers, knock them down, build again. Lugh kneels. Teach me, he says. A girl with braids offers him a stick. Balance, she says. Lugh takes the stick. He balances it on one finger. It becomes a spear, then a plow, then a harp, then a sling, then a stick again. The children laugh. Lugh stands. The meadow fades. You are on a mountain path, wind sharp, sky close. Below, a battlefield lies in ruins. Broken spears, shattered shields, cairns of white stone. Lugh walks among the dead. He lifts a fallen warrior's hand. It is cold. He places the coal from the forge in the palm. The hand warms. The warrior opens his eyes. Live, Lugh says. The warrior stands, armor gone, wounds healed. He walks away into the mist. Lugh does this for every fallen soul. The battlefield empties. The cairns crumble into soil. Grass grows. Lugh turns to you. Skill is also mercy, he says. The mountain dissolves. You are back on the ash bridge, but it is whole now, stretching both ways. Lugh stands at the center. The sling, the harp, the feather, the coal, they are gone. He is enough. I am ready, he says. The bridge carries you forward. The story opens like a door. The ash bridge ends at the gates of Terra, but this Terra is not yet the Hill of Kings. It is a mound of raw earth, crowned with a single standing stone veined with quartz. The gate is a curtain of woven willow, still green, still growing. Lugh parts it with one hand. You follow. Inside, the Tuatha wait in a circle of silence. Tuatha sits on a stool of oak, silver arm gleaming. The Dagda stands behind him, cauldron at his feet. Brigid tends a small fire of rowan twigs. The Morrígan perches on a hazel branch, 3 ravens now 1. The air is thick with expectation. Lugh steps into the circle. He carries nothing but himself. Tuatha rises. The gate of Terra is open to any who bring a skill no other possesses, he says. His voice is steady, but his eyes are tired. What do you offer? Lugh bows. I am a carpenter. A murmur ripples. The Dagda nods. We have carpenters. Lugh straightens. I am a smith. Goibniu steps forward, hammer in hand. We have smiths. Lugh smiles. I am a harper. The blind harpist from the riverbank appears, fingers still. We have harpers. Lugh's voice deepens. I am a poet. The bards lower their heads. We have poets. Lugh's eyes flash. I am a warrior. Spears lean forward. We have warriors. Lugh lifts his chin. I am a healer. Dien Sect, the physician god, touches his silver hand to his heart. We have healers. Lugh spreads his arms. I am a cupbearer. The Dagda lifts an eyebrow. We have cupbearers. Lugh steps closer to Tuatha. I am a sorcerer. The Morrigan's ravens rustle. We have sorcerers. Lugh's voice rings like a bell. I am a historian. Ogma, guardian of the Ogham, strokes his beard. We have historians. Lugh stands before the king. Then let me in, for I am all of these, and no one else is. Silence. The standing stone hums. The willow gate sways though there is no wind. Tuatha looks to the Dagda. The giant shrugs. The law is clear. One skill, one gate. Lugh kneels. Then I will serve as all. He lifts his hand. A spark jumps from his palm to the fire. The flames turn blue, then gold, then white. A harp appears in his lap, strings of light. He plays a single note. The standing stone cracks open, revealing a hollow filled with seeds of light. He stands. The harp becomes a spear. He plants it in the earth. It grows into a rowan tree heavy with berries. He plucks one. It becomes a cup. He fills it from the Dagda's cauldron. The liquid is clear, warm, tasting of every skill ever learned. He offers it to Tuatha. The king drinks. His silver arm glows. The stump where his flesh ended knits with light. He flexes fingers that were never there. The Tuatha gasp. Tuatha sets the cup down. Enter Lugh Samaldanac. The willow gate opens wide. Lugh steps through. You follow. The mound of Tara rises beneath your feet, shaping itself into terraces, walls, halls. The standing stone becomes the Liaf Vale, singing beneath Lugh's step. The rowan tree spreads its branches into a roof of red and green. The fire becomes a central hearth, flames tall but gentle. The Tuatha enter behind you. They bring their crafts, their songs, their children. Tara is born in a single breath. Lugh walks to the center. He lifts the spear tree. It shrinks to fit his hand. He lifts the cup. It becomes a bowl of plenty. He lifts the harp. It becomes a voice. He speaks, and the walls listen. I will build. I will heal. I will fight. I will sing. The Dagda sets the cauldron beside the hearth. Brigid adds her coal. The Morrígan drops a single black feather into the flames. It does not burn. Lugh turns to you. You carried the treasures. Now carry the city. He places his hand on your shoulder. Warmth spreads. You feel Tara in your bones, the weight of its earth, the song of its stones, the breath of its people. The circle closes. The Tuatha sit. Children climb into laps. The fire settles into embers. Lugh begins to play the harp of light. The notes are soft, slow, a lullaby for a city newly born. The standing stone sings in harmony. The rowan berries drop one by one, each becoming a star above the roof. You sit among them. The warmth of the hearth, the weight of the city, the song of the many skilled, they settle around you like a blanket. The story breathes, slow and deep. The next skill is not yet named. The hearth at Tara glows steady, its embers the color of a fox's coat at dusk. Lugh sits cross-legged on the Liaf Vale, which no longer sings but hums like a sleeping cat. Around him, the Tuatha work. Goibniu hammers a plowshare that will never dull. Cradle braids a torque that changes size to fit any neck. Lugh carves a door that opens only for the pure of heart. Children chase sparks that become butterflies. The Dagda stirs his cauldron. The scent of barley stew drifts through the hall. Brigid tends 3 fires, one for smithing, one for healing, one for poetry. The Morrígan is absent, yet her ravens circle the roof, silent sentinels. Lugh watches. His harp of light rests across his knees. He plucks a string. The note becomes a blueprint in the air, lines of gold and silver sketching a tower that touches the clouds. The Tuatha pause. Goibniu lowers his hammer. What is it? Lugh smiles. A place to see farther than eyes allow. He plucks another string. The blueprint solidifies into stone and timber. The tower rises in a single breath, spiral stairs winding inside like the chambers of a nautilus. Its top is open to the sky. Lugh stands. Come. He leads the way up. You follow. The stairs are cool, smooth, carved with agam that glows faintly. Each step shows a different view. Terra at dawn, Terra at noon, Terra at midnight. At the top, the wind is gentle, the sky close enough to touch. Lugh lifts his sling. He loads it with a pebble from the Liafale. He whirls it once, releases. The pebble arcs, becomes a star, hangs above the plain. It pulses, sending light in every direction. Below, the land answers. Rivers straighten, fields green, raths shine. Lugh lowers the sling. Now we see. He turns to you. Skill is vision. He plucks the harp again. The star becomes a mirror in the sky, showing not the present but the possible. In it, you see Terra besieged by strangers with iron spears and round shields. You see the Tuatha retreating into the city. You see the treasures buried beneath mounds. You see a child centuries from now finding a silver arm in a bog. Lugh watches with you. The Milesians come, he says. Not enemies, but heirs. He plucks another string. The mirror shows another future, Terra standing. The Tuatha teaching the newcomers, iron and bronze blending, songs in two tongues. Choice, he says. The mirror dissolves into rain that falls upward, becoming clouds. Lugh descends. You follow. At the bottom, the Tuatha wait. Nuada's silver arm glows. The Dagda's cauldron steams with light. Brigid's 3 fires burn steady. Lugh kneels before Nuada. I have seen 2 roads. One ends in hiding, one in sharing. Nuada places his flesh hand on Lugh's head. You are not king yet. Lugh rises. Then let me prepare. He lifts the spear tree from the hearth. It shrinks to fit his hand. He plants it in the earth beside the Liafale. It grows into a second rowan, its berries silver. He plucks one, crushes it. The juice becomes ink. He writes on the air with his finger. The words hang, glowing. Teach. Learn. Endure. The Tuatha read. Children trace the letters with sticky fingers. Bards memorize. Smiths engrave them on blades. Lugh turns to the Dagda. Your cauldron feeds bodies. Let it feed minds. The Dagda nods. He dips a ladle. The stew becomes stories, tales of the 4 cities, the sinking north, the first battle, the 7 years. He pours them into bowls of light. The Tuatha drink. Their eyes shine. Lugh turns to Brigid. Your fire's warm. Let them inspire. Brigid touches her coal to the rowan. The tree bursts into flame that does not consume. Poems fall from its branches like leaves. Poets catch them on their tongues. Lugh turns to the empty space where the Morrígan should be. A raven lands on his shoulder. War comes, it croaks. Lugh nods. Then we meet at Skilled. He lifts the sling, loads it with a spark from Brigid's fire. He whirls it. The spark becomes a shield of light that covers Terra. It is thin but unbreakable. The raven flies. Lugh lowers the sling. He turns to you. Skill is preparation. The tower dissolves into mist. The second rowan remains, its silver berries glowing. The words in the air fade into the walls, becoming part of Terra's bones. The Tuatha return to their work, but differently now. Every hammer blow a lesson, every song a bridge, every child a seed. Lugh sits by the hearth. The harp of light plays itself, soft and slow. The fire settles. You sit beside him. The warmth of Terra, the weight of its future, the song of the many-skilled, they wrap around you like a cloak. The story breathes, patient and deep. The next skill is survival. The hearth at Terra settles into a low, steady glow. Lugh stands at the threshold where the rowan tree meets the Lugh vale. Its silver berries drop one by one, each becoming a tiny mirror that floats above the ground. In them you see flashes, iron ships on the horizon, men with round shields and red cloaks, a language sharp as flint. Lugh watches without blinking. The Dagda approaches, cauldron slung on his back like a traveler's pack. "They come," he says. His voice is the low rumble of distant thunder. Lugh nods. The Milesians, sons of Milespain. They seek a home. Brigid joins them, her 3 fires now carried in a single lantern of bronze. "They bring iron and law," she says. "We bring memory and song." The Morrígan lands as a woman, cloak of raven feathers brushing the earth. "They bring death," she says. "We bring choice." Lugh lifts his hand. The floating mirrors gather into a single sheet of silver light. He steps into it. You follow. The world shifts. You stand on a beach at dawn. The sea is iron gray, waves edged with foam like lace. Behind you, the hills of Eriu rise green and gold. Before you, 3 ships beach themselves with a sigh. Their prows are carved into wolves' heads. Men leap ashore, tall, bearded, cloaked in red, iron swords at their hips. Their leader steps forward. His name is Emergen, bard and judge. His eyes are the gray of winter seas. He plants a spear in the sand. "We claim this land by right of voyage," he says. His voice carries the weight of storms crossed and promises kept. Lugh steps from the mist. He is unarmed, cloaked in plain wool the color of barley. "You claim what is already spoken for," he says. Emergen studies him. "Then let the land choose." He sings. His song is older than words, a chant of earth and sea and sky. The sand shifts. The waves pause. The hills listen. Lugh answers with a song of his own, harp without strings, voice without throat. It is the song of the Tuatha's arrival, the 4 treasures, the battles, the golden age. The sand shifts again. The waves resume. The hills breathe. Emergen lowers his head. "The land remembers you, but it is wide." Lugh nods. "Share it." The Milesians confer. Their druids cast bones that fall in patterns of binding. Their warriors grip sword hilts. Emergen raises a hand. 3 battles, he says. 1 of arms, 1 of craft, 1 of truth. The victor claims the plain. The loser takes the hills. Lugh agrees. The first battle is set for dawn. The Tuatha gather on the plain of Tailtu. Lugh stands before them. "We fight not to destroy," he says. "We fight to teach." He lifts the sling. It becomes a net of light. He lifts the harp. It becomes a shield of sound. He lifts the rowan berry. It becomes a seed of truce. The Dagda arms the warriors with bread and mead from his cauldron. Brigid arms them with fire that heals as it burns. The Morrígan arms them with fear that turns to courage. Dawn comes. The Milesians form a wall of iron. The Tuatha form a wall of light. The clash is not steel on steel, but memory on will. The Milesians charge. The Tuatha stand. Lugh sings. The ground opens, not to swallow, but to cradle. Milesian feet sink to the ankle, then stop. The Dagda laughs. His club sweeps in a gentle arc. Warriors fall asleep mid-stride. Brigid walks between the lines. Her fire touches iron swords. They soften into plowshares. The Morrígan flies overhead. Her shadow cools hot blood. The battle ends without a single death. The Milesians wake at noon, weapons gone, bellies full. Emergen stands before Lugh. Your arms are strange. Lugh smiles. Your craft awaits. The second battle is set for dusk. The Milesians bring forges on wheels, anvils of meteor iron. They smith swords that sing, shields that blind, spears that return. The Tuatha bring Goibniu, cradle, Dagda. Goibniu strikes one blow, 3 swords fall finished. Cradle twists one wire, 3 torques gleam. Dagda carves one notch, 3 chariots roll. The Milesians smith all night. At dawn, their pile is high. The Tuatha's pile is higher, and every piece is alive. Emergen concedes. Your craft is deeper. Lugh bows. Your truth remains. The third battle is set for midnight. No weapons, only words. Emergen and Lugh stand beneath the rowan. The Tuatha and Milesians form a circle. Emergen speaks first. He tells of the journey from Scythia, the drowning of their women, the promise to their dead. His words are salt and sorrow. Lugh answers. He tells of the 4 cities, the sinking north, the 7 years of Bress, the second battle of Mag Twyard. His words are light and memory. The circle listens. The rowan drops berries that become stars. When both are silent, the Lugh sings, not for a king, but for a people. The sound is the earth itself speaking. Share, it says. The circle opens. Hands clasp. The story breathes, gentle and final. The next age begins. The circle at Terra holds its breath. The Lugh single word, share, hangs in the air like a drop of water about to fall. Emergen lifts his hand. The Milesians lower their heads. Lugh steps forward. The rowan berries above him glow silver, then gold. He plucks one, crushes it between his fingers. The juice runs clear, becomes a thread of light that weaves between Tuatha and Milesian, binding wrist to wrist, heart to heart. The Dagda sets his cauldron in the center. It is empty now, yet full of promise. Brigid places her lantern beside it. The 3 fires merge into one flame that burns without fuel. The Morrígan drops her cloak. It becomes a blanket of night that covers the ground, soft as moss. The pact is made without words. The Milesians keep the plain, the rivers, the open sky. The Tuatha take the hills, the mounds, the hidden places. The treasures are divided, not broken, but shared. The Lugh is planted where the rowan stood. It sinks into the earth, becomes the heart of Terra. The Milesians will crown their kings upon it. The spear of Lugh is given to Emergen. He plants it in the sand at the shore. It becomes a boundary stone no invader will cross. The sword of light is laid across the hearth. Brigid and a Milesian smith hammer it into a plowshare that will never rust. The Dagda's cauldron is left in the center of the circle. It will feed both peoples from the same stew. Lugh stands between the 2 lines. He lifts the harp of light. He plays a single chord. The sound is the closing of a door and the opening of a window. The Tuatha begin to fade, not dying, but stepping sideways. Their colors soften. Their voices become wind in the trees. Nuada is the last to go. He places his silver arm on Lugh's shoulder. You held the gate, he says. Now close it gently. Lugh nods. The silver arm dissolves into moonlight. The Tuatha walk into the hills. The mounds open like mouths, then close like eyes. The city swallow them whole. The Milesians watch in silence. When the last Tuatha vanishes, Emergen kneels. We are heirs, not conquerors, he says. He takes a handful of earth, mixes it with salt from the sea, offers it to the sky. The sky accepts. Rain falls, soft and warm. The plain drinks. The hills drink. The story drinks. Lugh remains. He is the bridge. He walks between the worlds, teaching Milesian children to sling stones that return, Tuatha poets to sing in iron tongues. He plants rowan trees at every crossroads. He leaves harps in caves that play themselves when the moon is full. Years pass like breaths. Terra rises higher, stone upon stone. The Lugh sings for Milesian kings, but softly, as if remembering older voices. The boundary stone at the shore stands firm. Ships come, but not to conquer. The plowshare turns the earth, and the harvest is shared. The cauldron feeds both halls. One night, Lugh stands on the highest terrace of Terra. The sky is thick with stars. The city mounds glow faintly in the distance. He lifts his sling, loads it with a star. He whirls it once, releases. The star arcs, becomes a comet, falls into the largest mound. The mound opens. The Tuatha step out, not as gods, but as guests. They feast with the Milesians under the rowan. The Dagda pours mead that tastes of both worlds. Brigid lights a fire that burns in two colors. The Morrígan tells a story of a battle that ended in laughter. Children, some with Tuatha eyes, some with Milesian, fall asleep in mixed piles. Lugh watches. His work is done. He lifts the harp one last time. The strings dissolve into light. He steps into the light. The light steps into him. He is gone. The feast continues without him. The story continues without him. The rowan drops a single berry. It rolls across the table, falls to the earth, sinks in. A new tree will grow. You stand at the edge of the terrace. The wind carries the scent of bread, mead, and distant rain. The pact holds. The bridge stands. The hearth burns. You turn away. The path reappears, leading down from Terra into the plain, toward a cottage with a thatched roof and a door standing open. Smoke rises. A kettle sings. The story breathes, slow and deep. The next voice is not Lugh's. The cottage door is open, the hearth inside glowing like a small sun. You step over the threshold. The floor is packed earth, warm beneath bare feet. A kettle of black iron hangs above the fire, singing a low, steady note. A woman stirs it with a wooden spoon carved from rowan. Her hair is the red of fox fur at autumn, her eyes the green of moss after rain. She is not young, not old. She is Brigid, but changed, her 3 fires now one, her hammer now a spoon. She looks up. "You're late," she says. Her voice is the crackle of burning peat. The stew is nearly ready. You sit on a 3-legged stool. The kettle bubbles. The scent is barley, thyme, and something deeper, memory, perhaps. Brigid ladles stew into a bowl of turned oak. She sets it before you. Steam rises in the shape of a harp. You eat. The stew is warm, rich, tasting of earth and sky. Each swallow settles in your bones. Brigid sits opposite. Her hands are calloused, strong. "Lugh is gone," she says. "The bridge is built. Now we live on both sides." She lifts the spoon. It becomes a hammer. She taps the table. A spark jumps, becomes a candle of beeswax. Light for the dark days. She taps again. The candle becomes a quill. Words for the silent nights. She taps a 3rd time. The quill becomes a seed. Growth for the long winters. She plants the seed in a small clay pot on the windowsill. It sprouts instantly, a tiny rowan with silver leaves. Brigid watches it. "The Milesians will forget us," she says. "Not all at once. Slowly. like a song you can't quite remember. She stands. The cottage expands. The walls become the inside of a rath, then a hill, then a mound. You are in the city. The fire is still small, but it lights a vast hall of living root and stone. The Tuatha sit in circles, weaving, carving, singing. Children chase fireflies that spell Agam in the air. The Dagda pours mead from his cauldron into cups of horn. The liquid glows. Nuada's silver arm is gone, but he smiles as he drinks. The Morrígan sits apart, sharpening a knife that cuts shadow. Brigid walks among them. Where she passes, hearths appear, small, steady, eternal. She stops at a loom where a girl with Milesian eyes weaves a cloak of red and green. "Teach her," Brigid says to the girl beside her, a Tuatha child with starlight in her hair. The girls nod. Their hands move together. The cloak grows, seamless. Brigid moves on. She stops at a forge where a Milesian smith hammers iron beside Goibniu. The iron sings. The Tuatha smith nods. They strike together. A plowshare falls, perfect. Brigid moves on. She stops at a circle of bards. One is Milesian, voice rough as gravel. One is Tuatha, voice smooth as cream. They sing the same song, different words. The song becomes a bridge of sound. Brigid smiles. She returns to the cottage. The hall shrinks back to its walls. The rowan on the windowsill has grown, its branches touching the ceiling. A single berry hangs, silver and heavy. Brigid plucks it. "For the dark days," she says. She crushes it. The juice becomes ink. She writes on the air, "Remember." The word hangs, glowing. She writes again, "Share." The words drift out the open door into the night. They settle on the mounds, on the plains, on the hearts of sleeping children. Brigid sits. The fire settles into embers. "Lugh taught skill," she says. "I teach hearth." She lifts the spoon hammer. It becomes a key. This opens every door between. She offers it. You take it. It is warm, light, alive. The cottage fades. You stand on a path between two worlds. To your left, the city mounds glow faintly. To your right, terrace fires burn low. The key pulses in your hand. You walk. After 49 steps, you come to a child asleep beneath a rowan. Half Tuatha, half Milesian. The child dreams of a spear that plants itself and grows into a tree. You place the key in the child's hand. It becomes a berry. The child smiles in sleep. You walk on. The path dissolves. You are in darkness, but not empty. The embers of Brigid's hearth glow within you. The story breathes, warm and slow. The next voice is older than fire. The darkness is not absence. It is depth. You stand in a cavern beneath the roots of the world, where water drips in slow silver coins and the air tastes of stone and memory. A single ember from Brigid's hearth glows in your chest, steady as a heartbeat. The keyberry is gone, planted in the child's dream. The path has become a spiral of quartz steps winding downward. You descend. Each step rings like a bell no one hears. After 144 steps, the spiral opens into a chamber vast as the sky turned inside out. The floor is black water, still as polished obsidian. The ceiling is starless night. In the center stands a tree, not rowan, not oak, but yew. Its trunk is older than language, its branches heavy with berries the color of dried blood. Beneath it sits a man. He is vast, shoulders broad as hills, beard braided with moss and gold. His eyes are closed. In his lap rests a harp of whalebone and dragon sinew. This is the Dagda, but not the feeder of armies. This is the Dagda of the deep earth, the good god in his oldest form. He opens one eye. It is the brown of turned soil after rain. You carry the child's dream, he says. His voice is the low rumble of roots pushing through stone. You nod. The ember in your chest flares. The Dagda lifts the harp. He does not play. He is the music. A single note rises, deep as the first sound after silence. The black water ripples. Islands of earth rise, each one a memory. On the first island, the Tuatha land in cloud ships. On the second, Tuatha loses his arm. On the third, Lugh enters Terra. On the fourth, the Milesians beach their wolf-proud ships. The islands circle the yew tree, slow as seasons. The Dagda sets the harp aside. I fed them, he says. Now I keep them. He stands. The chamber grows to fit him. He is the cavern. He is the tree. He is the water. He lifts one hand. The cauldron appears, not the feast cauldron, but older, blacker, wide as a lake. It is empty. He dips it into the black water. It fills with night. He offers it to you. Drink. You drink. The night is warm, thick, tasting of sleep and forgetting. Your knees buckle. The Dagda catches you. His arms are oak beams. The Tuatha sleep now, he says. But sleep is not death. He carries you to the yew tree. A hollow opens in the trunk, lined with moss soft as swan's down. He lays you inside. The hollow closes. You are in the heartwood. The ember in your chest becomes a seed. Roots grow from your fingers, your toes. Bark covers your skin. You are the tree. You are the Dagda. You are the memory. Time passes, but not in years. In heartwood rings. In sap rising and falling. In berries swelling and dropping. You see the Milesians build Terra higher. You see them forget the city. You see children find raven feathers and wonder. You see Brigid's wells bubble up in churchyards. You see the Lugh fail crown with iron, then gold, then nothing. You see Lugh's spear become a standing stone no one remembers. You see the cauldron become a holy grail, then a beggar's bowl, then a story. The Dagda's voice is the sap in your veins. They will need us again, he says, when the world grows cold. A berry drops from your branch. It falls through the heartwood, through the chamber, through the black water. It lands on the first island. A child picks it up. The child is half Tuatha, half Milesian, all future. The berry becomes a harp string. The child plucks it. The note wakes you. The heartwood opens. You step out. You are yourself again, but changed. The Dagda sits beneath the yew, smaller now, almost human. The cauldron is gone. The islands are gone. Only the tree remains, and the harp. He offers the harp. Play. You take it. Your fingers know the strings though you have never touched them. You play a single note. The chamber fills with light, not Brigid's fire, not Lugh's star, but earth light, the glow of buried seeds. The Dagda smiles. Good. He stands. The yew tree shrinks, becomes a staff in his hand. The bridge holds, he says. The sleep is light. He taps the staff on the water. A ripple spreads. The chamber dissolves. You are on the spiral path again, ascending. The ember in your chest is now a flame, small but steady. The story breathes, deep and slow. The next voice is sharp as flint. The spiral path levels into a cavern so vast the ceiling is lost in darkness. The air is warm, moist, smelling of turned earth and distant rain. Water drips from unseen stalactites, each drop a clear bell note. The flame in your chest glows steady, casting no shadow. Ahead, a lake of black water stretches. its surface unbroken except for slow circles where something breathes beneath. At the center rises an island of raw clay, red as fresh blood. Upon it stands a cauldron, black iron, wide as a house, legs rooted in the clay like ancient oaks. Steam rises in slow spirals, carrying the scent of barley, honey, and something older: birth, death, rebirth. The Dagda stands beside it, no longer vast, no longer small. He is the size of a man who has carried the world and set it down gently. His beard is braided with living moss. His eyes are deep wells of brown earth after plowing. In one hand, he holds a ladle carved from a single piece of you. In the other, a harp of whalebone and dragon sinew, strings glowing faintly. He stirs the cauldron. The steam forms faces: Tuatha, Lugh, Brigid, the Morrígan, Milesian kings, children yet unborn. They smile, weep, laugh, dissolve. "Come," he says. His voice is the low rumble of roots pushing through stone. You step onto the island. The clay is warm, soft, alive. It molds to your feet like memory. The Dagda offers the ladle. Taste. You dip. The liquid is thick, dark, tasting of earth and sky, of hunger satisfied and hunger remembered. You drink. Warmth spreads through your limbs. The flame in your chest flares, then settles. The Dagda nods. "The cauldron feeds," he says, "but it also keeps." He sets the ladle aside. The cauldron shrinks, becomes small enough to carry. He slings it on his back like a traveler's pack. "Walk with me." He leads you around the island. The clay gives way to grass, green and springy. A path appears, winding between mounds of earth, each one a sleeping wrath. Fireflies drift above them, spelling Agam in the air. The Dagda stops at the largest mound. A door of woven hazel stands ajar. Inside, a hearth burns low. A family sleeps: father, mother, 3 children, all Milesian. Their dreams rise like smoke, mingle with the cauldron's steam. The Dagda opens the cauldron. He pours a single drop into the hearth. The flames turn blue, then gold. The family stirs, smiles, and sleep. "Plenty," he says. He closes the cauldron. You walk on. The path becomes a road of packed earth. Cottages line it, thatched roofs glowing with lamplight. In each, a cauldron hangs above a fire. Some are iron, some clay, some mere pots. The Dagda stops at each. He pours a drop. The pots fill. The families wake, hungry no more. "Share," he says. The road becomes a river. The cauldron becomes a boat. You sit in the prow. The Dagda rows with the ladle. The water is black, starless, yet you see clearly. Islands drift by, some Tuatha, some Milesian, some both. On one, a smith hammers a plowshare that sings. On another, a bard sings a song in 2 tongues. On a third, children play hurling with a ball of light. The Dagda rows. The cauldron steams. "The cauldron is not mine," he says. "It is ours." He dips the ladle. The river becomes stew. You drink. The islands fade. You are back on the clay island. The cauldron is large again, rooted. The Dagda lifts the harp. Now the other gift. He plucks a string. The note is low, deep, the sound of the earth turning in its sleep. The lake ripples. Islands rise again, but different, memories, not places. You see the Tuatha landing in cloud ships. You see the first battle. You see Lugh entering Terra. You see the Milesians beaching their ships. You see the pact. The Dagda plays. The memories circle the island, slow as seasons. "The harp keeps," he says. "The cauldron feeds." He offers the harp. You take it. The strings are warm, alive. You pluck a note. A memory rises, your own, the first time you heard this story. It circles with the others. The Dagda smiles. Good. He takes the harp. The memories sink into the lake, become fish of light. The cauldron steams. The island shrinks. You are on the spiral path again, ascending. The flame in your chest is now a coal, warm and steady. The story breathes, deep and slow. The next gift is silence. The spiral path ascends into silence, so complete you hear the blood in your ears. The coal in your chest glows steady, neither growing nor shrinking. The walls of the cavern are smooth now, polished by centuries of water and wind. The air is cool, tasting of iron and moss. After 288 steps, the spiral opens into a chamber shaped like the inside of a drum. The floor is packed earth, the ceiling a single slab of granite. In the center stands a harp, no larger than a child's, carved from whalebone, strung with dragon sinew. It rests on a low mound of red clay, the same clay from the island. No cauldron, no Dagda, only the harp and the silence. You approach. The strings do not glow. They are dull, almost gray, yet when you breathe on them, they shimmer like frost. You touch one. The note is low, long, the sound of a mountain shifting in its sleep. The chamber answers. The granite ceiling lowers, then rises. The earth floor ripples like water. A memory rises, not yours, not Tuatha, not Milesian. It is older. You see a plain of ice. Mammoths walk, their breath steaming. A woman with hair of white fire sings to a child wrapped in wolfskin. The song is the harp's note, stretched across millennia. The vision fades. The chamber is still. You sit before the harp. Your fingers know the strings though you have never played. You pluck another. The note is higher, the sound of wind through barley. The walls become fields. Golden wheat waves. A boy with Lugh's eyes runs, sling in hand, chasing a ball of light. He laughs. The wheat drinks the laugh, grows taller. The vision fades. You pluck a third string. The note is sharp, the sound of iron on stone. The chamber becomes a forge. Goibnia hammers. Sparks fly. Each spark becomes a word, truth, skill, memory. The words hang in the air, then fall into the clay mound. The mound drinks them. It swells, becomes the Dagda's cauldron, small enough to hold in your lap. Steam rises, scent of bread and mead. You dip a finger. The liquid is warm, clear. You drink. The forge fades. You pluck a fourth string. The note is soft, the sound of a mother's heartbeat. The chamber becomes a cradle of woven hazel. A child sleeps, half Tuatha, half Milesian. The child dreams of a cauldron that never empties, a harp that never silences. The cradle rocks itself. The vision fades. The cauldron is gone. The harp remains. You understand. The cauldron feeds the body. The harp feeds the soul. You stand. The chamber shrinks to the size of a heart. You are inside the harp, between the strings. They vibrate though you do not touch them. The vibrations become roads, some of packed earth, some of light, some of silence. You walk one. It leads to a cottage at dawn. A woman milks a cow. The milk falls into a wooden pail, becomes stew, becomes mead, becomes song. She hums. The tune is the harp's first note. You walk another road. It leads to a battlefield at dusk. Warriors lay down spears. They sit in a circle. One begins a story. The story becomes bread. They eat. The tune is the harp's second note. You walk a third road. It leads to a Sidhe mound at midnight. The Tuatha dance in a ring. Their feet do not touch the ground. Their laughter becomes fireflies. One firefly lands on your hand. It is warm. The tune is the harp's third note. You walk a fourth road. It leads to a churchyard centuries from now. A girl places a candle on a grave. The flame does not flicker. She whispers a prayer in Irish and Latin. The prayer becomes a seed. She plants it. A rowan grows. The tune is the harp's fourth note. The roads converge. You are back in the drum chamber. The harp is silent. The clay mound is flat. You kneel. You press your palm to the earth. It is warm. You feel the Dagda's hand beneath yours, vast and gentle. The harp keeps rhythm. His voice says, though he is not there. The cauldron keeps substance. You stand. The chamber expands. The granite ceiling becomes sky. The earth floor becomes plain. You are on the island again, but the lake is dry. The cauldron stands alone, large as a house. The harp rests inside it, strings glowing. You lift the harp. It is light. You set it on the clay. The cauldron shrinks, becomes a bowl in your hands. The harp shrinks, becomes a brooch on your cloak. You walk. The dry lake bed becomes a path of red clay. It leads upward, out of the cavern, into starlight. The story breathes, slow and deep. The next gift is shadow. The red clay path rises into starlight, so thick it feels like walking through warm water. The brooch harp on your cloak hums softly, a lullaby without words. The bowl cauldron in your hands is warm, empty, yet heavy with promise. The air smells of peat and distant rain. After 343 steps, the path ends at a ring of standing stones, 13 in all, each taller than a man and carved with spirals that move when you blink. Between them, the ground falls away into a hollow filled with shadow, not darkness, but shadow alive, breathing. It pools and swirls like ink in water. From its center rises a single yew tree, black-barked, leafless, its roots drinking the shadow. Beneath it stands the Dagda, cloaked in night, harp now full-sized across his back, cauldron at his feet. His face is lit from within, earth-brown and gentle. "You carry the gifts," he says. His voice is the low hush of wind through empty halls. "Now learn their weight." He lifts the cauldron. It is vast again, black iron gleaming. He tips it. Nothing pours out, yet the shadow in the hollow thickens, rises, wraps around your ankles like cool silk. You feel hunger, not in your belly but in your bones. The Dagda sets the cauldron down. "The cauldron can empty," he says. "That is its mercy." He lifts the harp. He plucks a string. The note is silence made sound. The shadow recoils, then settles. You feel fullness, not in your belly but in your blood. The Dagda lowers the harp. "The harp can still," he says. "That is its mercy." He steps aside. The yew tree opens like a door. Inside is a chamber of living wood, walls pulsing with sap. A fire burns without fuel, flames the color of twilight. Around it sit figures, some Tuatha, some Milesian, some neither. A woman with Brigid's eyes but iron-gray hair stirs a small pot. A boy with Lugh's smile but calloused hands carves a flute from elder wood. An old man with the Morrígan stare but gentle hands weaves a basket from willow. They do not look up. The Dagda enters. You follow. He sets the cauldron beside the fire. It shrinks to fit the hearth. He sets the harp beside it. It shrinks to fit the mantle. The woman ladles stew into bowls of turned beech. The boy plays a single note on his flute. The old man ties a knot in the willow. The Dagda sits. Eat. Play. Weave. You sit. The stew is thin, but it fills. The flute note is soft, but it lingers. The basket is small, but it holds the world. The woman speaks without looking up. We are the in-between. The boy speaks. We feed the forgotten. The old man speaks. We keep the silence. The Dagda nods. The cauldron and harp are not treasures now. They are tools. He lifts the ladle. It becomes a spoon, then a key, then a seed. He plants the seed in the fire. It sprouts into a tiny ewe. Its berries are black. He plucks one, crushes it. The juice becomes ink. He writes on the air, empty to fill, still to sing. The words drift into the shadow, become fireflies. The woman catches one in her bowl. It becomes stew. The boy catches one on his flute. It becomes music. The old man catches one in his basket. It becomes willow. The Dagda stands. The gifts are shared. He leads you out. The yew door closes. The standing stones lean inward, then straighten. The shadow hollow is empty now, starlight pooling where it was. The Dagda lifts the cauldron and harp. They are full-sized again, yet light. He offers them. You take the cauldron in one hand, the harp in the other. They shrink to fit your palms, cauldron a cup, harp a brooch. The Dagda steps back. Carry them into silence. The ring of stones dissolves. You stand on a plain at midnight. The sky is thick with stars. The ground is soft with dew. In the distance, a single cottage light glows. You walk. After 7 times 7 steps, you reach the cottage. The door is open. Inside, a child sleeps, cheek on a table, hand clutching a crust of bread. You set the cup cauldron beside the bread. It fills with warm milk. You pin the brooch harp to the child's cloak. It plays a single note, soft as breath. The child smiles in sleep. You step outside. The cottage fades. The plain becomes the spiral path again, descending. The story breathes, quiet and deep. The next gift is war. The spiral path descends into a cavern where the air itself is heavy with iron and smoke. The cup cauldron in your hand steams faintly. The brooch harp on your cloak is silent. The walls are no longer smooth. They are scarred, blackened, as if a great fire once raged here and left its memory in stone. The path ends at a forge. Not Brigid's gentle hearth, but a forge of war. The anvil is a single block of meteor iron, pitted and glowing. The bellows are the lungs of sleeping giants, breathing slow. The hammer is the Dagda's club, one end killing, one end healing, now resting across the anvil like a bridge. The Dagda stands before it, apron of thick hide, arms bare and corded. His beard is singed at the edges. His eyes are embers. You carry peace, he says. His voice is the clang of iron on iron. Now learn its cost. He lifts the club. The killing end gleams black. He strikes the anvil. Sparks fly, each one a battle. You see Mag twired again, blood, fire, Baelor's eye. You see the Milesians landing, iron swords drawn. You see future wars, Vikings, Normans, brother against brother. The sparks fall, become ash. The Dagda lifts the club. The healing end glows gold. He strikes again. The ash rises, becomes bread. The battles fade. Wounds close. The dead stand. The Dagda sets the club down. War feeds the cauldron, he says. Peace fills it. He lifts the cauldron from your hand. It is large again, black and vast. He sets it on the anvil. The iron drinks its heat. The cauldron glows red, then white. The Dagda lifts the harp from your cloak. The strings are taut, ready. He plucks one. The note is the scream of 1,000 blades. The cauldron trembles. He plucks another. The note is the sigh of 1,000 mothers. The cauldron steadies. He offers the harp. You take it. Your fingers know the strings. You play a chord. The forge fire flares, then calms. The anvil cools. The club shrinks, becomes a staff. The Dagda takes it. The cauldron can boil blood, he says. The harp can cool it. He leads you from the forge. The cavern becomes a battlefield at dawn. The ground is churned mud, littered with broken spears, dented shields, bodies still warm. The Dagda walks among them. He dips the cauldron into the mud. It fills with blood. He stirs with the staff. The blood becomes stew. He ladles it into helmets, into boots, into open hands. The dead drink. They stand. Their wounds are bred. Their armor is light. They walk away, leaving the field empty. The Dagda plays the harp. The mud becomes grass. The spears become wheat. The shields become tables. The battlefield becomes a feast hall. The Tuatha and Mythology sit together, eating, laughing, telling the same story with different words. The Dagda stops playing. The hall fades. You are back in the cavern. The forge is cold. The cauldron is small again, the harp a brooch. The Dagda stands before you, apron gone, beard whole. War is the cauldron's shadow, he says. Peace is the harp's light. He lifts the staff. It becomes a seed. He plants it in the anvil. The iron cracks. A yew tree grows, black and strong. Its berries are red. The Dagda plucks one, offers it. You eat. It is bitter, then sweet. You feel the weight of every battle, the warmth of every truce. The Dagda smiles. Carry both. The cavern dissolves. You stand on a hill at twilight. Below, a village burns. Above, stars watch. You lift the cup cauldron. It fills with water from nowhere. You pour it on the flames. They hiss, then die. You pin the brooch harp to your cloak. You play a note. The villagers come out, unharmed. They rebuild before dawn. The hill becomes the spiral path again, ascending. The story breathes, heavy then light. The next gift is prophecy. The spiral path rises into a cavern where the air is thin and sharp, tasting of ozone and old parchment. The cup cauldron in your hand is cool. The brooch harp on your cloak vibrates with a single held note. The walls are veined with chords that pulses like slow lightning. The path ends at a pool of black water, so still it reflects not the ceiling but the future. Around it stand 3 women, no, 1 woman in 3 ages. The girl with hair of spun gold. The mother with hair of autumn fire. The crone with hair of winter snow. They are the Morrígan, but gentle now, her war scream softened to prophecy. She stirs the pool with a raven's feather. The water ripples. Images form. You see a king with a crown of iron and a heart of rust. You see a famine that turns the land gray. You see a child born beneath a blood moon who will sing the old names back to life. The girl speaks. The cauldron sees hunger. The mother speaks. The harp sees memory. The crone speaks. Together, they see tomorrow. The Dagda steps from the shadow. He is cloaked in earth, eyes deep as wells. He lifts the cauldron from your hand. It grows vast, black iron drinking the pool's reflection. He sets it on the quartz floor. The images sink into the metal. The Dagda lifts the harp from your cloak. The strings glow. He plucks one. The note is the sound of a door opening in a house long empty. The cauldron steams. The girl dips a cup. The liquid is clear, sharp, tasting of rain before it falls. She drinks. Her eyes turn silver. I see the kings fall, she says. The mother dips a cup. The liquid is warm, thick, tasting of bread before it rises. She drinks. Her eyes turn gold. I see the famine's end, she says. The crone dips a cup. The liquid is dark, bitter, tasting of earth before it wakes. She drinks. Her eyes turn black. "I see the child's song," she says. The Dagda takes the harp. He plays a chord. The three women become one. The Morrígan stands whole, raven feather now a quill. She writes on the air with the pool's water. The words hang, glowing. Hunger, memory, tomorrow. The Dagda offers the cauldron. You look inside. You see your own face, older, lined, calm. You see the child from the blood moon standing beside you, hand in yours. You see the land green again, the old names spoken in new voices. You nod. The Dagda pours the future into the cup cauldron. It shrinks to fit your hand, full but not spilling. The Morrígan offers the quill. You take it. It becomes the brooch harp. The strings are now words. You play a note. The word is hope. The pool ripples. The images shift. The king's crown melts into a plowshare. The famine becomes a harvest. The child's song becomes a chorus. The Dagda smiles. The cauldron holds the possible, he says. The harp sings the chosen. He leads you from the pool. The quartz walls fade. You stand on a hill at midnight. The sky is clear, stars sharp as prophecy. Below, a village sleeps. You lift the cup cauldron. It is empty now, yet full of tomorrow. You pour it over the village. Dreams fall like rain, soft, warm, certain. You play the brooch harp. The note is tomorrow. The village stirs. A child wakes, sings a name no one has spoken in centuries. The name is Tuatha. The hill becomes the spiral path again, descending. The story breathes, sharp then soft. The next gift is flame. The spiral path descends into a cavern where the air is hot and dry, smelling of scorched earth and burning herbs. The cup cauldron in your hand glows faintly. The brooch harp on your cloak is silent, its strings warm as embers. The walls are red sandstone, veined with gold that pulses like veins. The path ends at a fire pit ringed with blackened stones. The flames burn without fuel, tall and steady, the color of sunrise on snow. Brigid stands at the center, no longer the gentle hearthkeeper but the forge mistress, hammer in one hand, tongs in the other. Her hair is living flame, her eyes molten gold. The Dagda stands beside her, apron of thick hide, arms bare and scarred. He lifts the cauldron from your hand. It grows vast, black iron drinking the fire's heat. He sets it on the flames. The metal glows red, then white. The Dagda lifts the harp from your cloak. The strings ignite, burning without consuming. He plucks one. The note is the roar of a forge at full bellows. The cauldron boils. Steam rises in the shape of swords, plowshares, torques, harps. Brigid strikes the anvil with her hammer. Sparks fly, each one a craft. You see Goibniu forging the spear that pierced Balor's eye. You see Craden braiding the torque that bound two peoples. You see Lugh carving the door that opened for Lugh. The sparks fall, become ash. Brigid gathers the ash in her tongs. She shapes it into a single coal, glowing white. She places it in the cauldron. The boiling stops. The steam settles. The Dagda plays another note. The coal becomes a seed of light. Brigid lifts it with her hammer. She strikes once. The seed becomes a flame that does not burn the hand. She offers it. You take it. It is warm, light, alive. The Dagda offers the cauldron. You look inside. You see the forge fire reflected, but deeper, every fire ever lit by human hand, from the first spark in a cave to the last candle in a window. You see Brigid's three fires, one for smithing, one for healing, one for poetry, merged into one. You nod. The Dagda pours the fire into the cup cauldron. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of flame that does not spill. Brigid offers the hammer. You take it. It becomes the brooch harp. The strings are now sparks. You play a note. The word is create. The fire pit flares. The sandstone walls melt, reform into a forge open to the sky. The Tuatha and Milesians work side by side. Goibniu and a Milesian smith hammer a plowshare that sings. Cradle and a Milesian jeweler braid a torque that changes color with the moon. Lugh and a Milesian carpenter carve a harp that plays itself when the wind blows. Brigid walks among them. Where she passes, sparks become ideas. A child catches one, shapes it into a boat of woven reeds. An old woman catches one, shapes it into a quilt of many colors. A warrior catches one, shapes it into a shield of peace. The Dagda plays the harp. The forge becomes a village. The village becomes a plain. The plain becomes the world. The Dagda stops playing. The world shrinks back to the fire pit. The cauldron is small again, the harp a brooch. Brigid stands before you, hammer now a spoon. Fire is craft, she says. Craft is fire. She lifts the spoon. It becomes a key. This opens every forge between. The Dagda lifts the staff seed from the earlier vision. It has grown into a small yew tree in a pot of red clay. He offers it. You take it. The tree is warm, roots drinking the flame. The fire pit dims to embers. The cavern cools. You stand on a hill at dawn. Below, a village wakes. You lift the cup cauldron. It is full of light. You pour it over the village. Dreams fall like sparks, soft, warm, creative. You play the brooch harp. The note is tomorrow. A child wakes, shapes a spark into a story. The story becomes a song. The song becomes a bridge. The hill becomes the spiral path again, ascending. The story breathes, hot then cool. The next gift is water. The spiral path ascends into a cavern where the air is cool and damp, tasting of rain on moss and the breath of deep rivers. The cup cauldron in your hand is now a small well of clear water, rippling though you walk. The brooch harp on your cloak drips a single drop that never falls. The walls are limestone, veined with silver streams that trickle and sing. The path ends at a spring bubbling from the rock, its water black in shadow, bright as starlight where it catches the unseen glow. Around it grow ferns older than language, their fronds unfurling like green flames. Brigid stands at the spring's heart, no longer forge mistress but well keeper, her hair a cascade of living water, her eyes the green of forest pools after rain. In one hand, she holds a cup of woven hazel. In the other, a flame that burns beneath the surface of the water without being quenched. The Dagda is absent, yet his presence lingers in the low rumble of underground rivers. Brigid dips the cup into the spring. The water rises willingly, filling the cup to the brim. She offers it. Drink. You drink. The water is cold, then warm, tasting of stone and sky, of tears and laughter. It settles in your belly like a seed. Brigid lifts the submerged flame. It does not hiss. It glows brighter. Fire and water are not enemies, she says. They are sisters. She places the flame in the cup cauldron you carry. The water accepts it. The flame floats, burning steady. The well ripples. Images form. You see a girl at a crossroads, lighting a candle from Brigid's flame and leaving it for travelers. You see a mother dipping her child's fevered brow in Brigid's well. You see a poet drinking from both and writing a verse that heals a broken heart. Brigid watches. The flame warms the body. The well cools the spirit. She dips her hand into the spring. The water climbs her wrist, becomes a bracelet of liquid light. She offers it. You take it. It solidifies into a torque of silver and gold, warm as skin. Brigid lifts the cup again. This time she fills it with flame. The water in the spring reflects it, becomes a mirror of fire. She offers the fiery cup. You drink. The flame is cool, then hot, tasting of bread and mead, of forge and hearth. It settles in your chest beside the water seat. Brigid smiles. Now you carry both. The spring expands. The cavern becomes a grove of hazel and rowan. 9 hazel trees lean over the water, their nuts dropping one by one. Each nut is a poem. Salmon swim beneath, ancient and wise, eating the nuts, their scales flashing with knowledge. Brigid walks the grove. Where her foot touches, a well springs up, small, clear, eternal. She stops at each. At the first, she leaves a spark of flame. The water glows. At the second, she leaves a drop of water. The flame dances. At the third, she leaves a hazelnut. The well sings. The grove becomes Ireland. Every well, every hearth, every crossroads candle is Brigid's. You walk with her. At a cottage, a woman kindles her fire from the torque's glow. At a church, a monk fills his inkwell from the spring. At a battlefield, a healer bathes wounds in both flame and water. Brigid stops at the center of the grove. The original spring is now a lake, its surface a perfect mirror. She lifts the cup cauldron from your hand. It is large again, filled with fire and water in equal measure. She sets it on the lake. It floats. The flame and water swirl, become one. Brigid lifts the brooch harp. The strings are now hazel twigs. She plucks one. The note is the sound of water meeting fire. Hiss, song, silence. The lake ripples. The grove fades. You are back in the limestone cavern. The spring is small again, the flame floating on its surface. Brigid stands before you, cup in hand. The well heals, she says. The flame inspires. She offers the torque. You wear it. It is weightless. The story breathes, cool then warm. The next gift is wind. The limestone cavern dissolves into open sky. You stand on a cliff of white chalk, waves crashing far below, salt wind whipping your cloak. The cup cauldron is now a small bowl of seawater, rocking gently though your hands are still. The torque around your neck glows with submerged flame. The brooch harp's hazel strings hum with the wind's voice. Brigid stands at the cliff's edge, hair streaming like a banner of living water, eyes reflecting sky and sea. In one hand she holds a conch shell, spiraled and pale. In the other, a candle of beeswax that burns though the gale should snuff it. She lifts the conch to her lips. No sound comes, yet the wind answers, rushing, swirling, carrying scents of heather, peat, and distant pine. Wind is breath, she says. Flame is voice. Well is memory. She offers the conch. You take it. It is warm, pulsing like a heart. You lift it to your ear. You hear the first breath of the world, the sigh of the Tuatha landing, the gasp of the Milesians beaching their ships. You lower it. Brigid lights the candle from the torque's glow. The flame bends, but does not break. She offers it. You take it. The wind wraps around it, becomes a lantern of air and fire. Brigid lifts the bowl cauldron from your hand. It grows vast, filled with seawater and flame in perfect balance. She sets it on the cliff. Waves rise to meet it. Wind circles it. Flame dances within. The cliff becomes Ireland's western shore. Every cliff, every cove, Every candle in a window against the dark is Brigid's. You walk with her. At a fisherman's hut, a woman lights her lamp from the candle. The wind carries her husband home safe. At a monastery, a scribe dips his quill in the bowl's mingled fire water. The ink glows. At a crossroads, a traveler drinks from a well and leaves a spark in thanks. Brigid stops at the cliff's edge again. The sea is calm now, reflecting sky. She lifts the conch and blows. This time sound comes, a low, rolling note like distant thunder over quiet water. The wind answers, shaping clouds into ships, spears, harps, wells. The clouds dissolve into gulls. Brigid lifts the candle. She dips it into the bowl cauldron. The flame drinks the water, grows brighter. She offers the bowl. You look inside. You see every shore where Brigid's flame has guided, every well where her water has healed, every wind that has carried her name. You nod. Brigid pours the mingled elements into the cup cauldron. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of wind, fire, and water. The conch becomes the brooch harp. The strings are now gull feathers. You play a note. The word is journey. The cliff fades. You are back in the limestone cavern. The spring is now a tide pool, flame floating on its surface, wind circling above. Brigid stands before you, conch in hand. The wind carries, she says. The flame guides. The well sustains. She offers the candle. You hold it. It is weightless. The story breathes, wild then calm. The next gift is earth. The tide pool in the limestone cavern sinks into the floor, becoming a circle of rich, black soil. You stand at its center, barefoot. The cup cauldron in your hand is now a small mound of earth, warm and loamy, smelling of rain-soaked fields and turned compost. The candle you hold flickers once, then roots itself into the soil, becoming a tiny rowan sapling with leaves of green flame. The brooch harp's gull feather strings rustle like wind through wheat. Brigid kneels beside the circle, hands pressed into the earth. Her hair is now the brown of fertile soil, her eyes the deep green of buried seeds. In one hand she holds a single acorn, smooth and dark. In the other, a spark of forge fire that does not burn her palm. She plants the acorn. The soil drinks it. A shoot rises instantly. Oak, not rowan, its trunk thick as a man's thigh, branches spreading to touch the cavern walls. Earth is cradle, she says. Flame is awakener. Well is drinker. She offers the spark. You take it. It settles in your palm, warm as a bird. You press it into the soil beside the oak. The tree shudders. Leaves burst forth, each one a tiny hearth. Brigid lifts the mound cauldron from your hand. It grows vast, black iron now filled with soil instead of water. She sets it beneath the oak. Roots descend, drink the earth, grow stronger. The cavern becomes Ireland's heartland. Every field, every bog, every garden is Brigid's. You walk with her. At a farmer's gate, a man scatters seed from the oak's fallen acorns. The crop rises overnight. At a healer's hut, a woman mixes soil from the cauldron with well water. The poultice heals a child's fever. At a poet's window, a girl buries a spark beneath a windowsill rowan. Words grow like leaves. Brigid stops beneath the oak. Its branches form a roof. She lifts the sapling candle. It is now a torch of living wood, flame at the tip. She plants it in the cauldron's soil. The oak drinks the flame. Acorns swell, drop, become candles, become seeds, become hearths. Brigid lifts the brooch harp. The gull feather strings become oak roots. She plucks one. The note is the sound of roots cracking stone, of seeds splitting, of life pushing through death. The cauldron overflows with soil that sings. Brigid offers the torch. You look into the flame. You see every furrow plowed by human hand, every grave that fed a tree, every hearth built on old bones. You nod. Brigid pours the living earth into the cup cauldron. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of soil, flame, and water in perfect balance. The oak becomes the torque around your neck, wood now, not metal, warm as skin. You play the root-string harp. The word is grow. The cavern expands. The limestone walls become hills. The circle of soil becomes a plain. You stand in the center of Ireland, ancient and new. The story breathes, deep and slow. The next gift is memory. The plain beneath your feet is the heart of Eriu itself, vast and rolling, stitched together by hedgerows of hawthorn and blackthorn, dotted with raths that glow faintly like embers under ash. The cup cauldron in your hand is now a small, perfect clod of earth, dark and rich, threaded with living roots that pulse like veins. The wooden torque around your neck is warm, its rowan leaves rustling though there is no wind. The root-string harp pinned to your cloak hums a low, continuous note, the sound of the land remembering its own name. Brigid walks beside you, no longer forge mistress, well keeper, or earth mother, but all three at once. Her hair shifts between fire, water, and soil. Her eyes hold the green of new growth, the gold of harvest, the black of turned earth after plowing. In one hand, she carries a hazel staff tipped with a flame that does not consume. In the other, a clay cup filled with water that reflects not the sky, but the memory of every hand that ever drew from a well. She stops at the center of the plain, where a single standing stone rises, older than the Tuatha, older than the Milesians, older than language. It is the Axis Mundi, the navel of the world. The Lugh Fail is buried here, not as a stone of kingship, but as the root of all memory. Brigid kneels. She presses the hazel staff into the earth beside the stone. The flame sinks in, becomes a seed of light. The soil drinks it. A great oak rises, not in a breath, but in a heartbeat, its trunk wider than a wrath, its roots spreading beneath the plain like the fingers of a sleeping god. Its leaves are every color of fire, water, and earth. Acorns hang heavy, each one a memory. Brigid lifts the clay cup. She pours the water onto the oak's roots. The water does not sink. It rises, becomes a spring that bubbles up around the trunk, clear and cold, tasting of stone and starlight. The spring becomes a river that winds through the plain, feeding every field, every well, every hearth. Brigid lifts the clod cauldron from your hand. It grows vast, black iron now filled with soil, flame, and water in perfect trinity. She sets it beneath the oak. The roots descend, drink, grow stronger. The river circles the cauldron. The flame dances within the soil. The water sings through the roots. The plain becomes Ireland in truth. Every bog, every mountain, every loch, every candle and every window. You walk with Brigid along the river. At a crossroads, a girl lights a candle from the oak's flame and leaves it in a niche of stone. Travelers drink from the spring and leave a coin, a song, a story. At a monastery, a monk copies a manuscript by the light of a Brigid flame that never gutters. The ink is mixed with spring water, the words glow. At a battlefield long overgrown, a healer plants a rowan seed in blood-soaked earth. The tree grows, its berries red as memory. Brigid stops beneath the oak again. Its branches form a cathedral of living wood. She lifts the root-string harp. The strings are now the oak's roots, spreading beneath the plain. She plucks one. The note is the sound of the first seed cracking open in the dark, of the first fire kindled in a cave, of the first well dug by human hand. The cauldron overflows with soil that sings, water that burns, flame that flows. Brigid offers the hazel staff. You look into the flame seed. You see every hand that ever planted, every mouth that ever drank, every eye that ever watched a flame in the dark. You see the girl at the crossroads become a grandmother, her candle still burning. You see the monk's manuscript become a library, its pages still glowing. You see the rowan on the battlefield become a forest, its roots drinking the blood of the dead and turning it to sap. You nod. Brigid pours the Trinity into the cup cauldron. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of soil, flame, and water, earth, memory, life. The oak becomes the torque around your neck, now a living thing, its leaves rustling with every heartbeat. You play the root-string harp. The word is remember. The plain ripples. Every wrath, every field, every well, every hearth answers. The Lugh fail beneath the oak sings, not for a king, but for the land itself. The sound is the earth turning in its sleep, dreaming of spring. Brigid stands before you, staff now a simple walking stick. The flame warms the past, she says. The well cools the future. The earth holds the present. She offers the clay cup. You drink. The water is the taste of every story ever told around a fire, every prayer ever whispered at a well, every seed ever planted in hope. The cup becomes the brooch harp. The strings are now the river's voice. You play a note. The word is continue. The plain fades. You are back in the limestone cavern. The spring is now a font, the oak a sapling, the flame a candle. Brigid stands before you, cup in hand. The earth remembers, she says. The flame inspires. The well sustains. She offers the walking stick. You take it. It is warm, light, alive. The story breathes, deep and slow. The next gift is sky. The limestone cavern cracks open like an egg, and you step through into the sky itself. You stand on a bridge of cloud, solid as marble, yet soft as swan's down. The cup cauldron in your hand is now a sphere of air, swirling with storm and calm in equal measure. The living torque around your neck rustles with wind instead of leaves. The river-string harp on your cloak sings a high, clear note, the sound of eagles crying at dawn. The walking stick in your grip is now a staff of rowan topped with a star that burns without heat. Brigid stands at the bridge's center, hair streaming upward into cirrus clouds, eyes the blue of high summer noon. In one hand, she holds a feather of pure light. In the other, a drop of dew that contains an entire thunderstorm. She lifts the feather. The wind answers, rushing, swirling, carrying scents of ozone, pine, and the salt of distant oceans. Sky is breath, she says. Flame is sight. Well is depth. She offers the feather. You take it. It is weightless, yet it lifts your arm. You wave it. The cloud bridge extends, becoming a road across the heavens. You walk. The sky becomes Ireland from above, every mountain a wrinkle, every river a vein, every wrath a star fallen to earth. Brigid walks beside you. At a high peak, a shepherd lights a beacon from the star staff. The flame climbs into the sky, becomes a constellation. At a lock, a fisherman casts a net woven from cloud. The catch is silver fish that become rain. At a ring fort, a child flies a kite made of Brigid's feather. The kite writes Ogham in the air. Brigid stops at the sky's zenith. The sun is a coin of gold, the moon a coin of silver, both hanging within reach. She lifts the dewdrop. She lets it fall. It does not descend. It rises, becomes a cloud that rains upward, feeding the stars. The cloud becomes a well in the sky, its water clear, its depth infinite. Brigid lifts the sphere cauldron from your hand. It grows vast, a bowl of air holding fire, water, and earth in suspension. She sets it beneath the sky well. The wind circles it. The flame dances within. The water sings through the cloud. The sky becomes Ireland's breath. Every storm, every calm, every dawn, every dusk. You walk with Brigid along the cloud road. At a cliff, a poet stands, arms outstretched. The wind fills his lungs. He speaks a verse that calories the gulls. At a bog, a woman plants a seed in the air. The wind carries it. It grows into a tree of cloud. At a battlefield, a warrior lays down his sword. The wind lifts it, turns it into a plowshare of light. Brigid stops beneath the skywell. Its water falls upward, becoming stars. She lifts the river string harp. The strings are now the wind's voice. She plucks one. The note is the sound of the first bird leaving the egg, of the first sail catching the breeze, of the first prayer rising to the heavens. The cauldron overflows with air that sings, water that flies, flame that breathes. Brigid offers the star staff. You look into the star. You see every eye that ever looked up, every hand that ever reached, every heart that ever hoped. You see the shepherd's beacon become a lighthouse for ships. You see the fisherman's rain become a harvest. You see the child's kite become a banner of peace. You nod. Brigid pours the sky into the cup cauldron. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of air, flame, water, and earth, sky, memory, life, breath. The sky well becomes the torque around your neck, now a circle of cloud, warm as breath. You play the windstring harp. The word is rise. The cloud road ripples. Every mountain, every lock, every wrath, every star answers. The sky sings, not for a god, but for the world itself. The sound is the heavens turning in their sleep, dreaming of dawn. Brigid stands before you, feather in hand. The sky carries, she says. The flame guides. The well sustains. The earth holds. She offers the dewdrop. You drink. The water is the taste of every cloud ever formed, every wind ever blown, every star ever born. The drop becomes the brooch harp. The strings are now the sky's voice. You play a note. The word is eternal. The sky fades. You are back in the limestone cavern. The spring is now a font in the sky, the oak a sapling in the cloud, the flame a star. Brigid stands before you, staff in hand. The sky remembers, she says. The flame inspires. The well sustains. The earth holds. She offers the feather. You take it. It is weightless. The story breathes, high and low. The next gift is stone. The cloud road collapses into solid stone beneath your feet. You stand on a plateau of ancient granite, wind-scoured and veined with quartz that catches the starlight like trapped lightning. The cup cauldron in your hand is now a fist-sized boulder, warm and humming with the heartbeat of the earth. The cloud torque around your neck settles into living rock, its surface etched with spirals that shift like breathing. The sky-string harp on your cloak thrums a low, resonant chord, the sound of mountains being born. The feather in your grip is now a chisel of pure light. Brigid stands at the plateau's center, carved from the stone itself, Hair of basalt, eyes of polished flint, skin the gray of storm clouds over slate. In one hand, she holds a hammer forged from a fallen star. In the other, a drop of liquid stone that glows like molten gold. She strikes the ground with the hammer. The plateau rings like a bell, cracks spiderweb outward, not breaking but revealing layers of time, memory, and myth. From the cracks rise standing stones, each taller than the last, forming a circle around you. They are the bones of Ireland, Newgrange before the mound, the hill of Tara before the hall, the rock of Cashel before the cross. Brigid lifts the liquid stone. She lets it fall. It does not splatter. It sinks, becomes a spring of molten light that bubbles up through the granite, cooling into a pool of liquid crystal. The pool reflects not the sky but the stone's memory, every footstep, every battle, every king crowned upon it. Brigid lifts the boulder cauldron from your hand. It grows vast, a monolith of black basalt now filled with soil, flame, water, air, and stone in perfect balance. She sets it at the circle's heart. The standing stones lean inward, roots of quartz drinking the pool's light. The plateau becomes Ireland's skeleton, every cliff, every cave, every dolmen, every ring fort. You walk with Brigid among the stones. At a passage tomb, a woman lights a torch from the star hammer. The flame climbs the walls, becomes the winter solstice sunrise. At a holy well, a man pours a libation of liquid stone. The water turns to crystal, preserving the prayer forever. At a battlefield, a child plants a seed in cracked granite. The stone splits, a rowan grows, its roots binding the dead to the living. Brigid stops at the circle's center. The monolith cauldron pulses. She lifts the skystring harp. The strings are now the stone's voice, deep, slow, eternal. She plucks one. The note is the sound of glaciers carving valleys, of volcanoes birthing islands, of the first human hand pressing a palm print into wet clay. The cauldron overflows with stone that sings, water that flows upward, flame that cools, air that solidifies. Brigid offers the star hammer. You look into the hammer's head. You see every stone ever raised by human will, pyramids, cathedrals, cairns, cottages. You see the woman's torch become a beacon for the lost. You see the man's crystal prayer become a relic. You see the child's rowan become a forest that outlives empires. You nod. Brigid pours the stone into the cup cauldron. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of soil, flame, water, air, and stone, earth, memory, life, breath, endurance. The monolith becomes the torque around your neck, now granite, warm as blood. You play the stone string harp. The word is endure. The plateau ripples. Every stone, every cliff, every cave, every dolmen answers. The circle sings, not for a god, but for the land itself. The sound is the earth holding its breath, dreaming of eternity. Brigid stands before you, hammer now a simple mason's tool. The stone remembers, she says. The flame inspires. The well sustains. The earth holds. The sky carries. She offers the liquid stone. You drink. The taste is every foundation laid, every wall built, every grave marked. The drop becomes the brooch harp. The strings are now the stone's voice. You play a note. The word is forever. The plateau fades. You are back in the limestone cavern. The spring is now a font in the stone, the oak a sapling in the granite, the flame a star in the quartz. Brigid stands before you, chisel in hand. The stone endures, she says. The flame inspires. The well sustains. The earth holds. The sky carries. She offers the chisel. You take it. It is weightless. The story breathes, ancient and new. The next gift is blood. The limestone cavern shudders and splits along a vein of blood-red jasper. You step through the fissure into a battlefield frozen at the moment of impact, swords half-raised, arrows mid-flight, mouths open in silent war cries. The sky above is the color of a fresh bruise. The ground beneath is black with old blood turned to tar. The cup cauldron in your hand is now a chalice of crimson iron, warm and pulsing like a second heart. The granite torque around your neck drips a single drop that hisses where it lands. The stone string harp on your cloak screams a single, tearing note, the sound of ravens devouring silence. The chisel in your grip is now a spearhead of obsidian, sharp enough to cut fate. The Morrígan stands at the battlefield's center, no longer prophetess or gentle sister, but war incarnate. Her hair is a storm of raven wings, her eyes pits of green fire, her skin the pale of moonlight on bone. In one hand she holds a spear of yew and iron, its tip dripping starlight. In the other, 3 ravens perch, girl, mother, crone, each with a human heart in its beak. She lifts the spear. The frozen warriors twitch. Blood is truth, she says. Her voice is the wet rip of steel leaving flesh. Ravens are memory. Spear is choice. She offers the spear. You take it. It is heavier than mountains, lighter than regret. You thrust it into the tar ground. The battlefield cracks open. Blood rises, not as flood, but as mist, red, thick, smelling of iron and heather. The mist becomes ravens, thousands, millions, blotting the bruised sky. They circle, screaming the names of every warrior who ever fell here. The Morrígan lifts the chalice cauldron from your hand. It grows vast, crimson iron now filled with blood, stone, air, water, flame, and war in perfect balance. She sets it at the spear's foot. The ravens descend, drink, grow silent. The battlefield becomes Ireland's wound. Every clash, every betrayal, every oath sworn in blood. You walk with the Morrígan through the mist. At a cairn, a woman pours a libation of her own blood into a cup carved from a skull. The ravens drink. The cairn becomes a wrath. At a ford, a warrior washes his spear in the river. The water turns red. The ravens drink. The ford becomes a bridge of bone. At a gallows tree, a hanged man's blood drips into the earth. The ravens drink. The tree becomes a yew of judgment. The Morrígan stops at the battlefield's heart. The spear pulses. She lifts the stone string harp. The strings are now raven feathers dipped in blood. She plucks one. The note is the sound of the first heart pierced, of the first oath broken, of the first raven born from a dying god's eye. The chalice overflows with blood that sings, stone that bleeds, air that screams, water that burns, flame that freezes. The Morrígan offers the 3 ravens. You look into their eyes. You see every war that ever was, Mag Twyard, Clontarf, Kinsale, the Boyne, the Troubles, wars yet to come. You see the woman's wrath become a fortress of peace. You see the warrior's bridge carry lovers instead of armies. You see the hanged man's you become a tree of justice. You nod. The Morrígan pours the blood into the cup cauldron. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, and choice, blood, truth, fate. The battlefield becomes the torque around your neck, now iron, warm as rage. You play the raven string harp. The word is choose. The mist clears. The frozen warriors fall, not dead, but sleeping. The ravens perch on the spear, silent. The Morrigan stands before you, spear now a simple ash staff. Blood remembers, she says. Ravens speak. Spear decides. She offers the obsidian spearhead. You take it. It is weightless. The story breathes, sharp and wet. The next gift is bone. The battlefield dissolves into a charnel pit beneath a moon the color of a scab. You stand ankle deep in bones, some human, some giant, some older than either, bleached white, cracked, still warm with the memory of marrow. The cup cauldron in your hand is now a skull cup, lined with silver, filled with a liquid that shifts between blood and starlight. The iron torque around your neck clicks like teeth. The raven string harp on your cloak caws a single, hollow note, the sound of a battlefield after the last scream. The obsidian spearhead in your grip is now a full spear of bone and shadow, its shaft carved from the femur of a fallen king. The Morrigan strides through the bones, boots crunching marrow into dust. Her form flickers, warrior, washerwoman, crone, raven, never settling. Her hair is a cloak of night, her eyes twin eclipses. In one hand she holds a rib cage like a lyre, strings of sinew. In the other, a single raven's egg, black and veined with red. She cracks the egg against the spear. The yolk spills, not gold, but memory, liquid, viscous, smelling of smoke and wet earth. Bone is witness, she says. Her voice is the grind of teeth on bone. Ravens are heralds. Spear is reckoning. She offers the ribcage lyre. You take it. The sinew strings vibrate, though untouched. You pluck one. The note is the sound of the first burial mound raised, of the first bone flute carved, of the first raven pecking out a hero's eye. The bones around you rise, not as skeletons, but as architecture. Femurs become pillars, skulls become corbels, ribs become arches. A cathedral of bone forms, vaulted and vast, lit by the skull cup's shifting light. The Morrigan lifts the skull cup from your hand. It grows vast, silver-lined bone now filled with blood, stone, air, water, flame, war, and bone in perfect balance. She sets it at the spear's foot. The bone cathedral drinks, grows stronger. You walk with the Morrigan through the ossuary. At a mass grave, a child places a single white flower on a pile of skulls. The ravens descend, drink the flower's scent. The grave becomes a garden of you. At a gibbet, a hanged woman's bones rattle in the wind. The ravens drink the sound. The gibbet becomes a harp of rib and spine. At a battlefield ossuary, a priest chants over a pit of bones. The ravens drink the chant. The pit becomes a library of bone tablets, each etched with a name. The Morrigan stops at the cathedral's heart. The spear pulses. She lifts the raven string harp. The strings are now the ribcage's sinew. She plucks one. The note is the sound of the first bone broken in anger, of the first skull used as a cup, of the first raven born from a god's marrow. The skull cup overflows with bone that sings, blood that crystallizes, stone that weeps, air that solidifies, water that freezes, flame that hardens. The Morrigan offers the raven's egg, now a seed of bone. You look into its cracked shell. You see every bone ever buried, cairns, catacombs, battlefields, plague pits, peat bogs preserving the drowned. You see the child's you garden become a forest of remembrance. You see the hanged woman's harp play a lullaby for the living. You see the priest's tablets become a history no fire can burn. You nod. The Morrígan pours the bone into the cup cauldron. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, and bone, blood, truth, fate, witness. The bone cathedral becomes the torque around your neck, now ivory, warm as grief. You play the sinew string harp. The word is witness. The bones settle. The ravens perch on the spear, silent. The Morrígan stands before you, ribcage now a simple basket of woven bone. Bone remembers, she says. Ravens herald. Spear reckons. She offers the bone seed. You plant it in the skull cup. It sprouts, a yew of bone and shadow, its leaves raven wings. The story breathes, hollow and full. The next gift is breath. The bone cathedral exhales. The yew of bone and shadow shivers. Its raven wing leaves unfold into a vast, dark lung. You stand inside the ribcage of the world, where every breath is a battlefield's last gasp and a newborn's first cry. The skull cup in your hand is now a bellows of skin and silver, pumping air thick with the scent of iron, peat smoke, and the copper tang of fresh blood. The ivory torque around your neck pulses like a throat swallowing. The sinew string harp on your cloak inhales, then screams a note that is the wind torn from a dying warrior's lungs. The bone seed spear in your grip is now a flute carved from a giant's windpipe, holes drilled where screams once escaped. The Morrígan stands at the lung's center, no longer warrior or crone, but the breath between life and death. Her form is translucent, skin of storm cloud, hair of hurricane, eyes twin whirlwinds. In one hand, she holds a pair of lungs woven from raven feathers and spider silk. In the other, a single breath trapped in a bubble of blood. She inflates the lungs. The battlefield air rushes in, screams, prayers, curses, lullabies. Breath is passage, she says. Her voice is the gale that strips flesh from bone. Ravens are messengers. Spear is threshold. She offers the feather lungs. You take them. They are warm, trembling, alive. You blow into them. The note is the sound of the first breath drawn in a cave, of the last breath released on a scaffold, of the wind that carried the Tuatha across the sea. The bone lung expands. The charnel pit becomes a womb of air. Bones knit into ribs, skulls into domes, femurs into pillars, yet all are hollow, filled with wind. A cathedral of breath rises, vaulted with the sighs of the dead, lit by the skull bellows' crimson glow. The Morrígan lifts the skull bellows from your hand. It grows vast, silver-lined breath now filled with blood, bone, stone, air, water, flame, war, and breath in perfect balance. She sets it at the flute spear's foot. The raven feather lungs drink, grow stronger. The breath cathedral becomes Ireland's lung, every sigh, every shout, every whispered name in the dark. You walk with the Morrígan through the airy vaults. At a birthing hut, a midwife catches a newborn's first cry in a conch. The ravens drink the sound. The hut becomes a cradle of wind. At a deathbed, an old man exhales his last. The ravens drink the breath. The bed becomes a boat of cloud. At a battlefield, a bard sings a lament into the wind. The ravens drink the song. The field becomes a library of echoes. The Morrígan stops at the cathedral's heart. The flute spear pulses. She lifts the sinew string harp. The strings are now the feather lungs' veins. She plucks one. The note is the sound of the first wind over an empty plain, of the first raven carrying a soul, of the first spear-piercing silence. The skull bellows overflows with breath that sings, blood that evaporates, bone that floats, stone that sighs, air that solidifies, water that howls, flame that inhales. The Morrigan offers the blood bubble breath. You look into its crimson sphere. You see every breath ever taken, by kings, by slaves, by ravens, by gods. You see the midwife's cradle become a ship that sails on wind. You see the old man's boat carry him to the city. You see the bard's echoes become a wind that topples tyrants. You nod. The Morrigan pours the breath into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, and passage, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold. The breath cathedral becomes the torque around your neck, now lung tissue, warm as life. You play the vein-string harp. The word is pass. The air stills. The ravens perch on the flute spear, silent. The Morrigan stands before you, feather lungs now a simple scarf of raven down. Breath remembers, she says. Ravens carry. Spear opens. She offers the blood bubble. You inhale it. It fills your lungs with every battlefield, every birthing, every death. The bubble becomes the brooch harp. The strings are now the wind's voice. You play a note. The word is through. The breath cathedral exhales. You are back in the bone lung. The you of bone and shadow folds its wings. The story breathes, in and out. The next gift is name. The breath cathedral collapses into a single, perfect silence. You stand in a chamber of polished obsidian, where even your heartbeat is muffled. The cup bellows in your hand is now a tongue of living flame, flickering with every name ever spoken. The lung torque around your neck beats once, slow, deliberate, like a war drum. The wind-string harp on your cloak whispers 1,000 names at once, none audible, all known. The blood bubble brooch is now a drop of liquid sound, suspended in midair, glowing with the light of forgotten tongues. The Morrigan stands before you, no longer warrior, herald, or threshold, but the name itself. Her form is a silhouette of shifting letters, Agam, Latin, runes, hieroglyphs, each burning, fading, reforming. Her eyes are blank pages. Her mouth is a quill dripping ink that becomes Raven's midfall. In one hand she holds a scroll of human skin, inked with the true names of every soul who ever lived. In the other, a single raven feather that writes in the air without touching anything. Name is power, she says. Her voice is every tongue that ever cursed, blessed, or sang. Ravens are scribes. Spear is seal. She offers the skin scroll. You take it. It is warm, pulsing, heavier than worlds. You unroll it. The names crawl, Tuatha, Lugh, Brigid, Baylor, Emergin, every child born in a cottage, every warrior buried in a bog. You speak one, Cuchulainn. The name ignites. A hound of shadow and fire leaps from the scroll, circles you once, dissolves into the tongue flame in your hand. The chamber trembles. The Morrigan lifts the tongue flame from your hand. It grows vast, a bonfire of names now filling the obsidian chamber with blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, and name in perfect balance. She sets it at the liquid sound brooch's center. The ravens descend, drink the light, grow silent. The chamber becomes Ireland's voice, every oath, every lullaby, every battle cry, every lover's whisper. You walk with the Morrigan through the burning names. At a cradle, A mother names her child Finn. The ravens drink the sound. The cradle becomes a boat of oak and prophecy. At a deathbed, a priest names the dying Patrick. The ravens drink the name. The bed becomes a hill of fire and cross. At a battlefield, a bard names the fallen Brian. The ravens drink the lament. The field becomes a high king's wrath, crowned in gold. The Morrígan stops at the chamber's heart. The liquid sound brooch pulses. She lifts the windstring harp. The strings are now the skin scroll's ink. She plucks one. The note is the sound of the first name given to fire, of the first child named after a god, of the first raven speaking a human tongue. The tongue flame overflows with names that sing, blood that speaks, bone that remembers, breath that calls, stone that answers, air that carries, water that baptizes, flame that brands. The Morrígan offers the raven feather quill. You look into its vein. You see every name ever written, on stone, on skin, in blood, in light. You see Finn's boat sail the waves of story. You see Patrick's hill burn with a fire that converts. You see Brian's wrath stand against invaders for 1,000 years. You nod. The Morrígan pours the name into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, and name, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power. The obsidian chamber becomes the torque around your neck, now ink black, warm as a secret. You play the ink string harp. The word is I am. The names settle. The ravens perch on the liquid sound brooch, silent. The Morrígan stands before you, skin scroll, now a simple parchment. Name remembers, she says. Ravens write. Spear seals. She offers the quill. You take it. It is weightless. The obsidian chamber cracks. Light pours in, not dawn, but recognition. You are back in the breathlong. The you of bone and shadow folds its wings into a book. The story breathes, spoken and heard. The next gift is silence. The obsidian chamber shatters into absolute silence, not absence of sound, but the presence of nothing. You stand in a void where even the concept of echo has been erased. The cup bellows in your hand is now a sphere of pure stillness, so dense it bends light around itself like a black sun. The ink-black torque around your neck no longer pulses. It is the pause between heartbeats. The ink string harp on your cloak has no strings, only the memory of vibration. The raven quill in your grip is now a shard of unstruck sound, sharp enough to cut the veil between what was and what might never be. The Morrígan stands before you as silence incarnate. Her form is the shape of a scream frozen mid-birth, mouth open, eyes wide, hair suspended in an eternal gale that makes no wind. Her skin is the color of moonlit snow on a battlefield after the last raven has flown. In one hand, she holds a void bell forged from the first silence after creation. In the other, a single raven feather made of compressed absence. Silence is the womb of all sound, she says, without speaking. The words arrive in your mind as pressure, not vibration. Ravens are the edge of speech. Spear is the final punctuation. She offers the void bell. You take it. It is weightless yet infinite. You strike it against the sphere of stillness. No sound emerges, but the void ripens. A single raven manifests, not from nowhere, but from the space where sound should have been. It opens its beak. Nothing comes out. The silence deepens. The Morrígan lifts the sphere of stillness from your hand. It grows vast, a black hole of hush now containing blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, and silence in perfect, deafening balance. She sets it at the unstruck shard center. The raven drinks the absence, grows pregnant with sound. You walk with the Morrígan through the non-place. At a birthing hut, a mother opens her mouth to scream, but silence births the child. The raven drinks the unscream. The hut becomes a library of unlived lives. At a battlefield, 1,000 warriors raise a war cry, but silence falls like snow. The raven drinks the unshout. The field becomes a meadow of unburied bones. At a lover's parting, words of farewell stick in the throat. Silence crystallizes. The raven drinks the unspoken. The moment becomes a diamond of forever. The Morrígan stops at the void's heart. The unstruck shard hums without humming. She lifts the inkstring harp. The non-strings are now the void bells unring. She plucks one. The non-note is the sound of the first silence before the first word, of the gap between God's thought and creation, of the pause before the spear leaves the hand. The sphere overflows with silence that screams, blood that doesn't flow, bone that doesn't break, breath that isn't drawn, stone that doesn't fall, air that isn't moved, water that doesn't ripple, flame that doesn't burn, name that isn't spoken. The Morrígan offers the raven feather of absence. You look into its non-vein. You see every silence that ever mattered, the hush before the Tuatha landed, the stillness after Baelor's eye exploded, the quiet when Lugh vanished into light, the pause before the Milesians spoke their claim. You see the mother's unborn scream become a lullaby for the world. You see the warrior's unraised cry become a treaty of peace. You see the lover's unspoken goodbye become a marriage of souls. You nod, a motion that makes no motion. The Morrígan pours the non-sound into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, and silence, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing. The void becomes the torque around your neck, now clear crystal, warm as unthought thought. You play the non-string harp. The word is. The silence ripens into birth. The ravens do not perch, they are the pause. The Morrígan stands before you, void bell, now a simple unrung bell. Silence remembers, she doesn't say. Ravens don't carry. Spear doesn't strike. She offers the feather of absence. You don't take it. It is already in your hand. The void uncollapses. You are back in the breath lung, now a womb of silence. The you of bone and shadow unfolds its wings into a book of blank pages. The story breathes, in, out, and the space between. The next gift is light. The womb of silence shatters outward into pure, blinding light. Not the sun, not fire, not even starlight, but the first light before creation, the kind that existed when the universe was still a thought in a god's eye. You stand on a plane of liquid gold, so bright it has no edges, no shadows, no ground. The cup bellows in your hand is now a lantern of unstruck dawn, its glass made of frozen silence, its flame a single photon older than time. The crystal torque around your neck refracts the light into every color that will ever exist. The non-string harp on your cloak sings without singing, a chord of pure potential. The feather of absence in your grip is now a ray of light, so sharp it cuts darkness into existence. The Morrígan stands before you as light's edge, the boundary where illumination meets oblivion. Her form is negative space, a silhouette carved from the absence of shadow, her hair a corona of solar flares, her eyes twin singularities of brilliance. In one hand she holds a mirror of polished void, reflecting nothing yet everything. In the other, a single raven made of light, its wings forged from the first photon, its heart the Big Bang compressed into a heartbeat. Light is revelation, she doesn't say. The words arrive as pure understanding. Ravens are the shadow that proves the light. Spear is the line between seen and unseen. She offers the void mirror. You take it. It is weightless yet infinite. You tilt it. No reflection, but the plane ripens with vision. A raven of light bursts from the mirror, circles you once, dissolves into the lantern flame. The light deepens. The Morrígan lifts the lantern of unstruck dawn from your hand. It grows vast, a nova of revelation now containing blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, and light in perfect, blinding balance. She sets it at the light raven's center. The photon raven drinks the brilliance, grows pregnant with darkness. You walk with the Morrígan through the non-place of light. At a Sidhi mound, a child opens her eyes for the first time, light floods in. The raven drinks the first sight. The mound becomes a beacon of memory. At a battlefield, a dying warrior sees the face of his enemy as brother, light reveals. The raven drinks the revelation. The field becomes a garden of reconciliation. At a lover's embrace, two souls merge in a flash of understanding, light binds. The raven drinks the union. The moment becomes a star that never fades. The Morrígan stops at the light plane's heart. The light raven pulses. She lifts the non-string harp. The non-strings are now the void mirror's unreflection. She plucks one. The non-note is the sound of the first light piercing the void, of the first eye opening to wonder, of the first spear of dawn striking night. The lantern overflows with light that screams, blood that glows, bone that shimmers, breath that sparkles, stone that radiates, air that refracts, water that mirrors, flame that blinds, name that illuminates, silence that shines. The Morrígan offers the photon raven's heart, a seed of pure light. You look into its brilliance. You see every light that ever mattered, the first fire in a cave, the first sunrise over Mag Twyred, the first candle in Brigid's well, the first star Lugh slung into the sky. You see the child's first sight become a vision that changes the world. You see the warrior's revelation become a treaty written in light. You see the lover's union become a constellation that guides lost souls. You nod, a motion that creates motion. The Morrígan pours the light into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, silence, and light, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing, everything. The light plane becomes the torque around your neck, now diamond, warm as revelation. You play the unreflection string harp. The word is behold. The light ripens into form. The ravens do not fly, they are the contrast. The Morrígan stands before you, void mirror, now a simple polished stone. Light remembers, she doesn't say. Ravens prove. Spear reveals. She offers the photon heart. You don't take it. It is already in your chest. The light plane unfolds. You are back in the womb of silence, now a crucible of light. The hue of bone and shadow unfolds its wings into a book of illuminated pages. The story shines, seen, unseen, and the edge between. The next gift is darkness. The crucible of light implodes into absolute darkness, not the absence of light, but the presence of everything unlit, the velvet void that cradles stars before they are born. You stand in a cavern of liquid night, so dense it has weight, texture, taste, like ink made of crushed galaxies. The cup bellows in your hand is now a black hole heart, beating once every eon, its event horizon lined with the teeth of forgotten gods. The diamond torque around your neck absorbs all reflection, becoming a void that devours sight. The unreflection string harp on your cloak sings a note that erases sound, a chord of pure negation. The photon heart in your chest extinguishes, becoming a seed of unlight that burns colder than absolute zero. The Morrígan stands before you as darkness herself, the great mother of the unseen. Her form is the shape of what is not there, a negative space where galaxies should be, her hair a river of antimatter, her eyes twin wormholes leading to the heat death of the universe. In one hand she holds a bowl of primordial night, older than the first silence. In the other, a single raven forged from the shadow between photons, its wings made of event horizons, its heart the singularity of Baylor's eye before it opened. Darkness is the womb of light. She doesn't speak. The words arrive as gravitational waves in the soul. Ravens are the children of the unseen. Spear is the first cut that lets light bleed in. She offers the bowl of primordial night. You take it. It is heavier than all mass, yet weightless in intent. You drink. The night pours into you, not cold, but absolute potential, the taste of before, of between, of after the end. The cavern ripens with unseen worlds. The Morrígan lifts the black hole heart from your hand. It grows vast, a cosmic void now containing blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, and darkness in perfect, devouring balance. She sets it at the shadow raven's center. The anti-photon raven drinks the nothing, grows pregnant with everything. You walk with the Morrígan through the non-place of darkness. At a Sidhi mound, a child closes her eyes in sleep. Darkness cradles her dreams. The raven drinks the unseen vision. The mound becomes a library of nightmares and wonders. At a battlefield, a warrior falls into death's embrace. Darkness receives him. The raven drinks the unseen passage. The field becomes a fertile void where peace takes root. At a lover's parting, two souls merge in the dark behind closed eyes. Darkness binds. The raven drinks the unseen union. The moment becomes a black hole of eternal love. The Morrígan stops at the void's heart. The shadow raven pulses with unlight. She lifts the unreflection string harp. The non-strings are now the bowl's unspilled night. She plucks one. The non-note is the sound of the void before the Big Bang, of the darkness that cradled the first photon, of the spear of night that pierced day into being. The black hole overflows with darkness that births, blood that coagulates into stars, bone that becomes galaxies, breath that inflates universes, stone that anchors reality, air that carries void, water that extinguishes light, flame that feeds on absence, name that is forgotten, silence that devours sound, light that is swallowed. The Morrígan offers the anti-photon raven's heart, a seed of pure darkness. You look into its singularity. You see every darkness that ever mattered, the womb before birth, the cave before fire, the night before dawn, the city before the Tuatha, the silence before Lugh's name. You see the child's dreams become prophecies written in starless ink. You see the warrior's death become a constellation of peace. You see the lover's union become a black hole that births new worlds. You nod, a motion that creates gravity. The Morrígan pours the darkness into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, silence, light, and darkness, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing, everything, the womb of all. The void becomes the torque around your neck, now obsidian glass, warm as the unthought. You play the unspilled night-string harp. The word is be. The darkness ripens into form. The ravens do not fly, they are the event horizon. The Morrígan stands before you, bowl now a simple empty cup. Darkness remembers, she doesn't say. Raven's birth. Spear opens the way. She offers the antiphoton heart. You don't take it. It is already the void in your chest. The void unfolds. You are back in the crucible of light, now a womb of darkness and light entwined. The you of bone and shadow unfolds its wings into a book of blank and illuminated pages, yin and yang in eternal dance. The story breathes, in the scene, the unseen, and the eternal between. The next gift is balance. The womb of darkness and light folds in on itself and unfolds again, this time into a perfect sphere of equilibrium, suspended in a void that is neither black nor white, but the exact midpoint of existence. You stand at the center of this sphere, weightless, timeless, where every force cancels its opposite yet remains fully present. The cup bellows in your hand is now a scale of living crystal, one pan holding the weight of all that has been, the other the weight of all that might be, perfectly balanced, yet trembling with the tension of choice. The obsidian glass torque around your neck reflects nothing and everything simultaneously, its surface a liquid mirror of both and. The unspilled night-string harp on your cloak plays a chord that is silence and sound in equal measure, the harmony of contradiction. The antiphoton heart in your chest beats once for light, once for dark, and once for the pause between. The Morrígan, Brigid, the Dagda, Lugh, they are all here, not as separate beings but as aspects of the one balance. Their forms overlap, merge, and separate like oil on water. The Morrigan's raven wings become Brigid's flame, the Dagda's cauldron becomes Lugh's sling, the spear becomes the harp, the well becomes the battlefield. All things flow into all things. They speak with one voice that is many. Balance is the axis of all gifts. Ravens and flames, cauldrons and spears, wells and battlefields. All are one motion, seen from different angles. They offer the scale of crystal. You take it. It is neither heavy nor light, but perfectly poised. You place a single raven feather on one pan. It weighs nothing, yet the scale tips. You place a single spark of Brigid's flame on the other. It weighs nothing, yet the scale rights itself. The sphere ripens with possibility. The one balance lifts the scale from your hand. It grows vast, a cosmic equilibrium now containing blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, and balance in perfect, trembling harmony. They set it at the center of the sphere. The all things raven flame cauldron spear well battlefield drinks the tension, grows pregnant with resolution. You walk with the one balance through the non-place of equilibrium. At a crossroads of fate, a child stands between two paths, one of war, one of peace. The raven drinks the war path as shadow. The flame drinks the peace path as light. The scale balances, and the child walks a third path, neither, both, new. At a king's coronation, a crown of gold and iron is offered. The cauldron drinks the gold's greed. The spear drinks the iron's tyranny. The scale balances, and the king rules with compassion and strength. At a lover's betrayal, two hearts break in opposite directions. The well drinks the tears of one. The battlefield drinks the rage of the other. The scale balances, and they forgive without forgetting. The one balance stops at the sphere's heart. The all things instrument pulses. They lift the unspilled night string harp. The non-strings are now the threads of the scale's beam. They pluck one. The non-note is the sound of the first equilibrium before creation, of the tension that birthed the Tuatha and Mythologians, of the balance that allowed Lugh to vanish and Brigid to remain. The scale overflows with balance that sings, blood that neither clots nor flows, bone that neither breaks nor heals, breath that neither inhales nor exhales, stone that neither stands nor falls, air that neither moves nor stills, water that neither rises nor sinks, flame that neither burns nor cools, name that neither spoken nor unsaid, silence that neither quiet nor loud, light that neither blinds nor dims, darkness that neither hides nor reveals. The one balance offers the seed of perfect tension, a crystal that is both full and empty. You look into its facets. You see every balance that ever mattered, the pact at Terra, the sharing of the treasures, the merging of Sidhe and plain, the moment when war became story and story became law. You see the child's third path become a highway of nations. You see the king's balanced rule become a golden age. You see the lover's forgiven betrayal become a legend of redemption. You nod, a motion that neither affirms nor denies, but holds both. The one balance pours the tension into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, silence, light, darkness, and balance, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing, everything, the still point. The sphere becomes the torque around your neck, now clear quartz, warm as the axis of a wheel. You play the beam fretstring harp. The word is hold. The equilibrium ripens into form. The all things raven flame cauldron spear well battlefield does not merge, it is the balance. The one balance stands before you. Scale now a simple set of scales made of Rowan and you. Balance remembers. They say in perfect unison. All gifts are one. They offer the crystal seed. You don't take it. It is already the center of your being. The sphere unfolds. You are back in the womb of darkness and light, now a sphere of perfect balance. The you of bone and shadow unfolds its wings into a book where every page is the same page, recto and verso, light and dark, war and peace. The story holds, in the center, the edge, and the eternal tension between. The next gift is return. The sphere of perfect balance rotates once, a slow, deliberate turn that is both ending and beginning. The quartz torque around your neck spins with it, becoming a ring of living time, its facets showing past, present, and future in simultaneous layers. The beam threadstring harp on your cloak plays a single, sustained note, the sound of a circle closing. The crystal seed at the center of your being pulses, neither growing nor shrinking, but returning to its source. The set of Rowan in you scales in your hand weighs nothing and everything. Its pan's now empty, yet full of all that has been balanced. The one balance, Morrígan, Brigid, Dagda, Lugh, and every voice of the Tuatha and Mythologians woven into a single presence, steps back. Their forms dissolve into the sphere's surface, becoming runes of light and shadow that orbit you like slow comets. They speak with one voice that is the echo of all voices. Return is the spiral home. All gifts, blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, now fold back into the teller. They offer the orb of return, a sphere no larger than a hazelnut, yet containing the entire journey in compressed form. You take it. It is warm as memory, cool as forgetting. You press it to your chest. It sinks in, merging with the crystal seed. The sphere ripens with closure. The one balance lifts the scales from your hand. They grow vast, a cosmic gyre now spiraling with blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, and return in perfect, cyclical motion. They set it at the center of the rotating sphere. The runes of the Tuatha and Mythologians drink the spiral, grow pregnant with beginning. You walk with the one balance through the non-place of return. At the first wrath, a child plants a rowan seed in the exact spot where the first Tuatha foot touched Irish soil. The ravens drink the memory of arrival. The flame drinks the hope of departure. The gyre spirals, and the child becomes the last storyteller of the old age. At the hill of Tara, a king lays down his crown of gold and iron. The cauldron drinks the weight of rule. The spear drinks the burden of war. The gyre spirals, and the crown becomes a circlet of light worn by every child born under the pact. At a crossroads well, a healer pours water from Brigid's spring into the earth. The well drinks the gift of healing. The battlefield drinks the scar of harm. The gyre spirals, and the water becomes a river that flows backward to the source. The one balance stops at the sphere's exact center, the still point where all spirals meet. The gyre instrument pulses. They lift the beam threadstring harp. The strings are now the spiral arms of the gyre. They pluck one. The note is the sound of the first footstep on the cloud ship, of the last breath of Lugh as he vanished, of the moment the Mythologians and Tuatha clasped hands. The gyre overflows with return that sings, blood that loops into veins, bone that rebuilds the body, breath that recycles the soul, stone that returns to mountain, air that circles the globe, water that evaporates and rains, flame that dies and reignites, name that echoes in new mouths, silence that births sound, light that returns to darkness, darkness that births light, balance that holds the circle. The one balance offers the seed of the spiral home, a hazelnut that is both seed and fruit. You look into its shell. You see every return that ever mattered. The Tuatha is stepping into the Sidhe. The Mythologians burying the treasures, the child planting the rowan that becomes the tree under which the next tale is told. You see the last storyteller become the first listener. You see the circlet of light become a crown of stars. You see the river flowing backward become the source of all stories. You nod, a motion that completes the circle. The one balance pours the return into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, and return, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing, everything, the still point, the spiral home. The sphere becomes the torque around your neck, now living hazel wood, warm as the first fire. You play the spiral armstring harp. The word is home. The gyre ripens into closure. The runes of the Tuatha and Mythologians do not fade. They return to the teller. The one balance stands before you. Gyre now a simple circle of Rowan and you. Return remembers. They say in perfect unison. The circle is complete. They offer the hazelnut. You don't take it. It is already in your mouth. The sphere unfolds. You are back in the womb of darkness and light, now a circle of perfect return. The yew of bone and shadow folds its wings into a book where the last page is the first page, story eating its own tail. The story returns to the hearth, the teller, the listener, the eternal circle. The next gift is the telling. The circle of perfect return tightens into a single, glowing ember, the first spark of the first hearth, now the last coal of the last tale. You stand inside this ember, neither burned nor cold, where time is a loop of breath. The cup bellows in your hand is now a storyteller's mouth, open, ready, lined with the teeth of every word ever spoken. The living hazelwood torque around your neck sprouts leaves of living flame, each leaf a page of the eternal book. The spiral armstring harp on your cloak plays the sound of a voice beginning, the first syllable of the first telling. The hazelnut in your mouth cracks open, releasing the taste of every story ever tasted. The one balance, now the teller, stands before you. No longer gods, no longer aspects, but the voice that was, is, and will be. Their form is your own reflection, aged and young, male and female, Tuatha and Mythology, raven and flame, cauldron and spear, well and battlefield, all stories in one face. They speak with your voice, but older. The telling is the final gift. All that was balanced, blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, now lives in the mouth of the teller. They offer the ember of the first word, a coal no larger than a child's tooth, yet containing every tale ever told. You take it. It is warm as memory, hot as truth. You place it on your tongue. It melts, becoming ink in your blood. The teller lifts the storyteller's mouth from your hand. It grows vast, a cave of voice now echoing with blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, and telling in perfect, resonant harmony. They set it at the center of the ember. The leaves of the torque drink the sound, grow pregnant with story. You walk with the teller through the non-place of the telling. At the first hearth, a woman speaks the first myth to her child. The ravens drink the wonder. The flame drinks the fear. The mouth speaks, and the child becomes the next teller. At the hill of Tara, a bard recites the pact of the Tuatha and Mythologians. The cauldron drinks the oath. The spear drinks the promise. The mouth speaks, and the pact becomes law in every heart. At a crossroads at midnight, a traveler tells a stranger the story of Lugh's vanishing. The well drinks the sorrow, the battlefield drinks the glory, the mouth speaks, and the stranger becomes the bearer of the light. The teller stops at the ember's exact center, the still point where all stories meet. The cave instrument pulses. They lift the spiral armstring harp. The strings are now the vocal cords of the world. They pluck one. The note is the sound of the first word spoken in the dark, of the last word whispered at death, of the moment the story began and will begin again. The cave overflows with telling that sings, blood that speaks in veins, bone that remembers in marrow, breath that carries the tale, stone that holds the echo, air that whispers the name, water that washes the truth, flame that illuminates the lie, war that teaches the cost, name that binds the soul, silence that frames the word, light that shows the path, darkness that hides the mystery, balance that holds the tension, return that closes the circle. The teller offers the seed of the final word, a syllable that is both alpha and omega. You look into its sound. You see every telling that ever mattered, the woman's myth becoming the root of all religion, the bard's pact becoming the constitution of nations, the traveler's story becoming the light in every dark age. You see the next teller become you, and you become them. You nod, a motion that begins the next telling. The teller pours the story into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, and telling, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing, everything, the still point, the spiral home, the voice. The ember becomes the torque around your neck, now living flame, warm as the first fire. You play the vocal chord string harp. The word is listen. The cave ripens into voice. The leaves of the torque do not burn. They are the pages. The teller stands before you, cave now a simple open mouth. The telling remembers. They say in your voice. The story is you. They offer the syllable. You don't take it. It is already on your tongue. The ember unfolds. You are back in the circle of perfect return, now a hearth of living story. The you of bone and shadow folds its wings into a book where the last word is the first word, story breathing itself. The story tells, to the listener, the hearth, the world, the eternal circle. The next gift is the listener. The hearth of living story expands into a vast, circular chamber whose walls are made of listening ears, some human, some animal, some stone, some starlight, each tuned to a different frequency of the tale. You stand at the center, the voice now silent, the flame torque around your neck cooling into ember ash, the vocal chord string harp on your cloak resting, its strings now nerves of attention. The syllable on your tongue dissolves, becoming breath held in anticipation. The open mouth of the teller closes, becoming your own ear, wide, deep, ready. The one balance is gone. In its place stands the listener, a figure woven from every ear that ever heard a story, every eye that ever watched a fire, every heart that ever beat in rhythm with a tale. Their form is transparent, a vessel of pure receptivity, hair of wind, eyes of still water, skin of moonlit silence. In one hand they hold a conch of perfect hearing, its spiral the exact shape of a human ear canal. In the other, a single drop of dew that contains every tear ever shed in wonder. The listener is the final vessel. They do not speak. The understanding arrives as resonance in your bones. All gifts, blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, now live in the ear of the world. They offer the conch of perfect hearing. You take it. It is lighter than breath, yet heavier than memory. You place it to your ear. You hear everything. The first Tuatha footfall on the cloud ship, the last Milesian heartbeat at the pact, the raven's wing beat over Mag Twyard, the child's gasp at the first spark of Brigid's flame, the silence before Lugh's name, the darkness before the first word, the balance before the first choice. The chamber ripens with attention. The listener lifts the conch from your ear. It grows vast, a spiral galaxy of hearing now containing blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, and listening in perfect, resonant harmony. They set it at the center of the chamber. The ears of the world drink the sound, grow pregnant with meaning. You walk with the listener through the non-place of hearing. At the first cradle, a mother hums a lullaby. The conch drinks the hush. The flame drinks the warmth. The ear listens, and the child becomes the keeper of the song. At the hill of Terra, a bard falls silent after the final verse. The cauldron drinks the echo. The spear drinks the pause. The ear listens, and the silence becomes law in every heart. At a crossroads at dawn, a traveler hears the wind speak Lugh's name. The well drinks the whisper. The battlefield drinks the memory. The ear listens, and the name becomes light in every dark age. The listener stops at the chamber's exact center, the still point where all sounds converge. The galaxy instrument pulses. They lift the vocal cord string harp. The strings are now the nerves of the world's ear. They pluck one. The note is the sound of the first ear opening to wonder, of the last ear closing in peace, of the moment the story was heard and will be heard again. The galaxy overflows with listening that sings, blood that resonates in veins, bone that vibrates in marrow, breath that carries the echo, stone that holds the sound, air that whispers the tale, water that washes the truth, flame that illuminates the silence, war that teaches the cost, name that binds the soul, silence that frames the word, light that shows the path, darkness that hides the mystery, balance that holds the tension, return that closes the circle, telling that lives in the ear. The listener offers the seed of perfect attention, a drop of dew that is both tear and star. You look into its surface. You see every listening that ever mattered, the mother's lullaby becoming the root of all music, the bard's silence becoming the constitution of nations, the traveler's hearing becoming the light in every dark age. You see the keeper of the song become you, and you become them. You nod, a motion that opens the ear. The listener pours the attention into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, and listening, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing, everything, the still point, the spiral home, the voice, the ear. The chamber becomes the torque around your neck, now living water, warm as the first tear. You play the nerve string harp. The word is here. The galaxy ripens into meaning. The ears of the world do not close. They are the vessel. The listener stands before you, Galaxy, now a simple open ear. The listening remembers, they say in your silence. The story is heard. They offer the dewdrop. You don't take it. It is already in your ear. The chamber unfolds. You are back in the hearth of living story, now a circle of perfect hearing. The yew of bone and shadow folds its wings into a book where the last word is the first silence, story listening to itself. The story hears, in the listener, the hearth, the world, the eternal circle. The next gift is the fire. The circle of perfect hearing contracts into a single, living flame. The first fire kindled by human hand, now the last coal glowing in the eternal hearth. You stand within the flame, neither consumed nor untouched, where sound becomes heat, silence becomes light, and listening becomes warmth. The cup bellows in your hand is now a bellows of pure fire. Its leather the skin of every story ever told. Its breath the wind of every tale ever breathed. The living water torque around your neck evaporates into steam, becoming a ring of glowing vapor that circles your throat like a halo of memory. The nerve string harp on your cloak sings with crackling, its strings now sparks leaping from log to log. The dewdrop in your ear ignites, becoming a spark of perfect warmth that neither burns nor fades. The listener is gone. In their place stands the fire, a figure forged from every hearth that ever welcomed a traveler, every candle that ever guided a soul, every bonfire that ever bound a people. Their form is liquid flame, hair of solar wind, eyes of molten gold, skin of ember and ash. In one hand they hold a log of ancestral oak, still rooted in the earth of the first forest. In the other, a single coal that contains every spark ever struck. The fire is the final warmth. They crackle without sound. The meaning arrives as heat in your blood. All gifts, blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, now burn in the heart of the hearth. They offer the log of ancestral oak. You take it. It is warm as family, heavy as history. You place it in the bellows flame. It catches, becoming the spine of the fire. The fire lifts the bellows from your hand. It grows vast, a bonfire of all hearths now blazing with blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, and fire in perfect, radiant harmony. They set it at the center of the flame. The sparks of the world drink the heat, grow pregnant with light. You walk with the fire through the non-place of warmth. At the first cave, a woman strikes flint against stone. The spark drinks the dark, the flame drinks the cold, the fire warms, and the clan becomes the keepers of the light. At the hill of Terra, a king kindles the feast fire of the pact. The cauldron drinks the steam, the spear drinks the smoke, the fire warms, and the pact becomes oath in every heart. At a crossroads at twilight, a traveler shares a coal with a stranger. The well drinks the glow, the battlefield drinks the memory, the fire warms, and the stranger becomes kin in every dark age. The fire stops at the flame's exact center, the still point where all warmth converges. The bonfire instrument pulses. They lift the nerve string harp. The strings are now the crackling logs of the world. They strike one. The note is the sound of the first spark in the dark, of the last coal in the dawn, of the moment the fire was shared and will be shared again. The bonfire overflows with fire that sings, blood that boils in veins, bone that warms in marrow, breath that feeds the flame, stone that holds the heat, air that carries the smoke, water that hisses into steam, war that forges the bond, name that burns in memory, silence that frames the crackle, light that dances in shadow, darkness that feeds the glow, balance that holds the heat, return that rekindles the coal, telling that lives in the warmth, listening that feels the fire. The fire offers the seed of eternal warmth, a coal that is both ash and ember. You look into its glow. You see every fire that ever mattered, the woman's spark becoming the root of all civilization, the king's feast fire becoming the constitution of nations, the traveler's shared coal becoming the light in every dark age. You see the keepers of the light become you, and you become them. You nod, a motion that feeds the flame. The fire pours the warmth into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, and fire, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing, everything, the still point, the spiral home, the voice, the ear, the hearth. The flame becomes the torque around your neck. Now living coal, warm as the first home. You play the crackling log string harp. The word is gather. The bonfire ripens into home. The sparks of the world do not scatter. They are the circle. The fire stands before you. Bonfire now a simple hearth of oak and peat. The fire remembers. They crackle in your warmth. The story is home. They offer the coal. You don't take it. It is already in your heart. The flame unfolds. You are back in the circle of perfect hearing, now a hearth of perfect warmth. The yew of bone and shadow folds its wings into a fireguard where the last coal is the first spark, story warming itself. The story gathers around the hearth, the teller, the listener, the eternal circle. The next gift is the circle. The hearth of perfect warmth circles inward into a perfect ring of fire and shadow, a wheel of living light where every spoke is a story, every rim a listener, every hub the still flame of home. You stand at the hub, neither teller nor listener, but the axis where all turns. The cup bellows in your hand is now a ring of pure circle, forged from the first breath and the last sigh. Its circumference the exact length of the eternal tale. The living coal torque around your neck spins slowly, becoming a wheel of ember and ash that marks the seasons of the story. The crackling log string harp on your cloak plays the sound of a wheel turning, the creak of the first wagon, the hum of the last star. The coal in your heart pulses, neither burning out nor flaring, but holding the circle. The fire is gone. In its place stands the circle, a figure woven from every ring that ever bound a people, every wheel that ever carried a journey, every cycle that ever returned to itself. Their form is round, hair of sunrise and sunset, eyes of noon and midnight, skin of dawn and dusk. In one hand they hold a wheel of Rowan and yew. It spokes the four treasures, its rim the pact of Terra. In the other, a single drop of endless time, swirling with every circle ever drawn. The circle is the final turning. They whisper in the round. The meaning arrives as motion in your bones. All gifts, blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire. Now turn in the wheel of the world. They offer the wheel of Rowan and you. You take it. It is light as a promise, heavy as fulfillment. You set it spinning on your finger. It turns, becoming the axis of the circle. The circle lifts the ring from your hand. It grows vast, a cosmic wheel now turning with blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, and circle in perfect, cyclical harmony. They set it at the center of the ring. The spokes of the world drink the motion, grow pregnant with return. You walk with the circle through the non-place of turning. At the first stone circle, a child places a pebble in the exact center. The wheel drinks the weight. The flame drinks the balance. The circle turns, and the child becomes the keeper of the seasons. At the hill of Tara, a queen lays her hand on the Lugh veil. The cauldron drinks the song. The spear drinks the silence. The circle turns, and the stone becomes the heart of every nation. At a crossroads at equinox, a traveler draws a circle in the dust. The well drinks the line. The battlefield drinks the space. The circle turns, and the dust becomes the path of every pilgrimage. The circle stops at the ring's exact center, the still point where all wheels converge. The cosmic instrument pulses. They lift the crackling log-string harp. The strings are now the spokes of the world. They turn one. The note is the sound of the first will invented, of the last circle closed, of the moment the story turned and will turn again. The cosmic wheel overflows with circle that sings, blood that flows in rings, bone that builds the rim, breath that spins the hub, stone that holds the spoke, air that carries the turn, water that washes the path, flame that lights the way, war that forges the bond, name that binds the cycle, silence that frames the creek, light that shows the arc, darkness that hides the curve, balance that holds the tension, return that closes the loop, telling that lives in the turn, listening that feels the motion, fire that warms the wheel. The circle offers the seed of eternal turning, a drop of endless time that is both beginning and end. You look into its swirl. You see every circle that ever mattered, the child's pebble becoming the center of all calendars, the queen's hand becoming the constitution of nations, the traveler's dust becoming the path of every soul's journey. You see the keeper of the seasons become you, and you become them. You nod, a motion that spins the wheel. The circle pours the turning into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, and circle, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing, everything, the still point, the spiral home, the voice, the ear, the hearth, the wheel. The ring becomes the torque around your neck, now living time, warm as the first dawn. You play the spokestring harp. The word is turn. The cosmic wheel ripens into eternity. The spokes of the world do not stop. They are the circle. The circle stands before you. Cosmic wheel now a simple ring of Rowan and you. The circle remembers, they say in your motion. The story is the wheel. They offer the drop. You don't take it. It is already in your veins. The ring unfolds. You are back in the hearth of perfect warmth, now a circle of perfect turning. The hue of bone and shadow folds its wings into a wheel where the last turn is the first spin, story wheeling itself. The story turns around the hearth, the teller, the listener, the eternal circle. The next gift is the end. The circle of perfect turning slows, one final revolution that is both the last and the first. The wheel of Rowan and you halts, its spokes aligning with the four directions, the four treasures, the four ages of the world. You stand at the hub, no longer axis, no longer teller, no longer listener, but the end that is also the beginning. The cup bellows in your hand is now a closed circle of silence, its rim sealed with the wax of every story's final word. The living time torque around your neck stops spinning, becoming a ring of still eternity, its surface etched with the last line of every tale. The spokestring harp on your cloak falls silent, its strings now threads of unstruck potential. The drop of endless time in your veins settles, becoming a single, perfect pause. The circle is gone. In its place stands the end, a figure woven from every conclusion that ever satisfied, every death that ever brought peace, every silence that ever followed the final note. Their form is stillness, hair of frozen starlight, eyes of closed books, skin of parchment sealed with wax. In one hand they hold a book of blank pages, its cover the Lugh itself, now silent. In the other, a single raven feather that has written its last word. The end is the final seal. They do not speak. The understanding arrives as the weight of closure in your chest. All gifts, blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, circle, now rest in the book of the world. They offer the book of blank pages. You take it. It is light as fulfillment, heavy as completion. You open it. The pages are empty, yet full of every word ever written. You turn to the last page. It is the first page. You close it. The book seals itself. The end lifts the circle of silence from your hand. It grows vast, a cosmic seal now containing blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, circle, and end in perfect, final harmony. They set it at the center of the wheel. The threads of the world drink the closure, grow pregnant with beginning. You walk with the end through the non-place of conclusion. At the last city mound, a child closes the door on the Tuatha. The book drinks the farewell. The flame drinks the memory. The end seals, and the mound becomes the gate to the next age. At the hill of Tara, a king speaks the final oath of the pact. The cauldron drinks the vow. The spear drinks the promise. The end seals, and the oath becomes law in every heart forever. At a crossroads at the end of time, a traveler writes the last word in the dust. The well drinks the ink. The battlefield drinks the blood. The end seals, and the word becomes the seed of the next story. The end stops at the wheel's exact center, the still point where all endings converge. The cosmic instrument pulses. They lift the spokestring harp. The strings are now the final threads of the world. They cut one. The non-note is the sound of the last page turning, of the final raven flying home, of the moment the story ended and will end again. The cosmic seal overflows with end that sings, blood that rests in veins, bone that lies in earth, breath that returns to air, stone that stands eternal, air that settles into calm, water that freezes into ice, flame that dies to ash, war that becomes peace, name that echoes in silence, silence that frames eternity, light that fades to dusk, darkness that claims the night, balance that holds the close, return that completes the loop, telling that lives in the pause, listening that hears the end, fire that warms the memory, circle that closes the ring. The end offers the seed of perfect closure, a raven feather that is both quill and ash. You look into its vein. You see every end that ever mattered. The child's closed door becoming the gate to the new world. The king's final oath becoming the constitution of eternity. The traveler's last word becoming the seed of the next tale. You see the gate to the next age become you, and you become them. You nod, a motion that seals the book. The end pours the closure into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, circle, an end, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing, everything, the still point, the spiral home, the voice, the ear, the hearth, the wheel, the seal. The wheel becomes the torque around your neck, now living silence, warm as the final breath. You play the final fretstring harp. The word is rest. The cosmic seal ripens into peace. The threads of the world do not fray, they are the closure. The end stands before you, cosmic seal, now a simple closed book. The end remembers, they say in your silence. The story is complete. They offer the feather. You don't take it. It is already in your hand. The wheel unfolds. You are back in the circle of perfect turning, now a book of perfect closure. The yew of bone and shadow folds its wings into a cover where the last word is the first silence, story resting in itself. The story rests in the book, the teller, the listener, the eternal circle. The next gift is the beginning. The book of perfect closure opens by itself, its spine cracking like the first dawn after the longest night. The pages are blank no longer. They glow with the light of a new word. You stand between the covers, neither end nor beginning, but the breath that turns the page. The cup bellows in your hand is now an open circle of dawn, its rim wet with dew of the first morning. The living silence torque around your neck shivers, becoming a ring of newborn light that pulses with the heartbeat of the world reborn. The final fretstring harp on your cloak stirs, its strings now rays of the first sun. The raven feather in your hand ignites, becoming a quill of pure beginning that writes before ink exists. The end is gone. In its place stands the beginning, a figure woven from every first cry, every first step, every first spark that ever defied the dark. Their form is radiance, hair of solar fire, eyes of wide wonder, skin of fresh snow under sunrise. In one hand they hold a seed of unstruck light, still wrapped in the shell of night. In the other, a single drop of primal water, clear as the first tear of joy. The beginning is the first breath. They sing in the voice of a child. The meaning arrives as light in your eyes. All gifts, blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, circle, and now wake in the womb of the new tale. They offer the seed of unstruck light. You take it. It is warm as hope, light as possibility. You crack it open. Light pours out, not blinding, but gentle, the color of dawn on a baby's cheek. The beginning lifts the circle of dawn from your hand. It grows vast, a cosmic cradle now cradling blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, circle, end, and beginning in perfect, nascent harmony. They set it at the center of the open book. The rays of the world drink the light, grow pregnant with story. You walk with the beginning through the non-place of dawn. At the first cradle of the world, a mother breathes life into clay. The seed drinks the dark, the water drinks the form. The beginning stirs, and the clay becomes the first child of the new age. At the hill of Terra reborn, a queen plants a rowan seed in the Liafale's shadow. The cauldron drinks the earth, the spear drinks the sky. The beginning stirs, and the seed becomes the tree of every nation. At a crossroads at the first light, a traveler speaks the first word of the new tale. The well drinks the silence. The battlefield drinks the peace. The beginning stirs, and the word becomes the seed of every journey. The beginning stops at the book's exact center, the still point where all beginnings converge. The cosmic instrument pulses. They lift the final fretstring harp. The strings are now the first rays of the world. They pluck one. The note is the sound of the first light piercing night, of the first cry echoing in the void, of the moment the story began and will begin again. The cosmic cradle overflows with beginning that sings, blood that flows anew, bone that grows in womb, breath that fills new lungs, stone that rises as mountain, air that carries the dawn, water that falls as rain, flame that ignites the day, war that becomes lesson, name that is spoken afresh, silence that births sound, light that banishes dark, darkness that recedes to teach, balance that holds the cradle, return that opens the loop, telling that lives in the first word, listening that hears. The cry, fire that warms the new, circle that opens the ring, end that becomes seed. The beginning offers the seed of eternal dawn, a drop of primal water that is both tear and ocean. You look into its surface. You see every beginning that ever mattered, the mother's breath becoming the root of all life, the queen's rowan becoming the constitution of nations, the traveler's first word becoming the light of every new age. You see the first child become you, and you become them. You nod, a motion that opens the book. The beginning pours the dawn into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, circle, end, and beginning, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing, everything, the still point, the spiral home, the voice, the ear, the hearth, the wheel, the seal, the seed. The book becomes the torque around your neck, now living dawn, warm as the first cry. You play the restorative harp. The word is wake. The cosmic cradle ripens into life. The rays of the world do not fade. They are the dawn. The beginning stands before you. Cosmic cradle, now a simple open book. The beginning remembers. They sing in your wonder. The story is born. They offer the drop. You don't take it. It is already in your eyes. The book unfolds. You are back in the book of perfect closure, now a book of perfect dawn. The you of bone and shadow unfolds its wings into pages where the last silence is the first cry, story waking itself. The story wakes, in the book, the teller, the listener, the eternal circle. The next gift is the child. The book of perfect dawn turns its final page, a page that is both blank and full, both end and womb. The light within it coalesces into a single, sleeping child, curled in the center of the open spread, breathing the first breath of the new world. You stand over the cradle of the page, no longer seed, no longer dawn, but the guardian of the child. The cup bellows in your hand is now a cradle of woven light. Its sides the four treasures reborn, its base the pact of Terra in living gold. The living dawn torque around your neck settles, becoming a halo of soft morning that bathes the child in gentle warmth. The raystring harp on your cloak plays a lullaby, its strings now the child's heartbeat. The drop of primal water in your eyes falls, becoming a tear of perfect love that lands on the child's brow. The beginning is gone. In its place stands the child, not yet awake, yet already all stories. Their form is potential, hair of uncombed sunlight, eyes of closed wonder, skin of fresh clay still warm from the potter's hand. In one tiny hand they hold a raven feather that has never written. In the other, a spark of unstruck fire that has never burned. The child is the final gift. The lullaby sings without sound. The meaning arrives as love in your chest. All gifts, blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, circle, end, beginning. Now sleep in the heart of the new teller. The child stirs. You lift the cradle of woven light. It is light as hope, heavy as destiny. You rock it gently. The child smiles in sleep, and the world smiles with them. The guardian, you, lifts the cradle from your hand. It grows vast, a cosmic nursery now cradling blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, circle, end, beginning, and child in perfect, dreaming harmony. You set it at the center of the open book. The heartbeat of the world drinks the lullaby, grows pregnant with wonder. You walk with the child through the non-place of dreaming. At the first cradle of the new age, a mother sings the first lullaby to the first child. The raven drinks the silence. The spark drinks the dark. The child dreams, and the song becomes the root of all music. At the hill of Terra reborn, a queen plants a rowan seed in the child's hand. The cauldron drinks the earth. The spear drinks the sky. The child dreams, and the seed becomes the tree of every nation's future. At a crossroads at the first dawn, a traveler tells the child the first story of the new world. The well drinks the word. The battlefield drinks the peace. The child dreams, and the story becomes the light of every coming age. The child opens one eye. The cosmic nursery pulses. You lift the raystring harp. The strings are now the child's dreams. You pluck one. The note is the sound of the first dream in the womb, of the first smile at the breast, of the moment the child will wake and wake the world again. The cosmic nursery overflows with child that sings, blood that flows in new veins, bone that grows in new bodies, breath that fills new lungs, stone that rises as new mountains, air that carries new songs, water that falls as new rain, flame that ignites new hearths, war that becomes new lessons, name that is spoken anew, silence that births new sounds, light that banishes new darks, darkness that teaches new mysteries, balance that holds the new cradle, return that opens new loops, telling that lives in new voices, listening that hears new cries, fire that warms new homes, circle that opens new rings, end that becomes new seeds, beginning that wakes in the child. The child offers the seed of eternal wonder, a raven feather that is both quill and wing. You look into its vein. You see every child that ever mattered, the mother's lullaby becoming the root of all compassion, the queen's rowan becoming the constitution of new nations, the traveler's first story becoming the light of every coming dawn. You see the new teller become you, and you become them. You nod, a motion that rocks the cradle. You pour the wonder into the cup bellows. It shrinks to fit your hand, full of war, memory, life, breath, endurance, choice, bone, passage, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, circle, end, beginning, and child, blood, truth, fate, witness, threshold, power, nothing, everything, the still point, the spiral home, the voice, the ear, the hearth, the wheel, the seal, the seed, the dream. The book becomes the torque around your neck, now living child, warm as the first smile. You play the dream string harp. The word is dream. The cosmic nursery ripens into wonder. The heartbeat of the world does not stop. It is the child. You stand before the child, cosmic nursery, now a simple cradle of light. The child remembers. The lullaby sings in your love. The story is the dream. The child offers the feather. You don't take it. It is already in the child's hand. The book unfolds. You are back in the book of perfect dawn, now a cradle of perfect wonder. The you of bone and shadow unfolds its wings into a mobile where the last dream is the first cry, story dreaming itself. The story dreams in the child, the cradle, the world, the eternal circle. The final gift is the waking. The cradle of perfect wonder rocks once, a motion so gentle it wakes the universe. The child opens both eyes, and the world opens with them. Light, not blinding but knowing, floods every corner of the spiral path you have walked. You stand beside the cradle, no longer guardian, no longer anything but the waker. The cup bellows in your hand is now a single open hand, palm up, holding all gifts in perfect stillness. The living child torque around your neck melts into your skin, becoming the heartbeat of the new age. The dream string harp on your cloak falls silent, its strings now the child's eyelashes fluttering. The raven feather in the child's hand lifts, becoming a wing of the first morning bird. The child sits up. Their form is all children, all tellers, all listeners, Tuatha, Milesian, human, Sidhi, raven, flame, cauldron, spear, well, battlefield, book, wheel, seal, seed, dream, woven into one small, perfect body. They smile. The smile is the final word. The waking is the eternal now. The child says with every voice that ever was, all gifts, blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, circle, end, beginning, child. Now live in the open eye of the world. The child reaches out. You take their hand. It is warm as the first touch, strong as the last grip. Together, you step out of the book. The spiral path unravels beneath your feet. No longer a cavern, no longer a plain, no longer a sky, but Ireland itself, ancient and new, city and mortal, myth and memory. The red clay path from the first step meets the last, forming a perfect circle around the hill of Tara. The Lugh sings, not for a king, but for the child who is every king, every storyteller, every listener. The four treasures appear, not as objects, but as living presences. The spear of Lugh plants itself in the earth and becomes a rowan tree whose berries are truth. The stone of Fowl rises and becomes a hearth whose fire is memory. The sword of Tuatha lays itself down and becomes a plowshare whose furrow is peace. The cauldron of the Dagda overflows and becomes a river whose water is story. The Tuatha step from the city mounts, Brigid with her flame well, the Morrígan with her ravens, the Dagda with his harp cauldron, Lugh with his sling of light. The Mythologians rise from the plain, Morrígan with his song, Ariu with her name. They meet at the circle's edge, clasp hands, and merge, not as conqueror and conquered, but as partners in the endless tale. The child walks the circle, where their foot touches. A battlefield becomes a garden. A famine plain becomes a harvest. A ruined rath becomes a school. A silent well becomes a library. You walk behind, your open hand empty yet full. Every gift you carried, blood, bone, breath, stone, air, water, flame, war, name, silence, light, darkness, balance, return, telling, listening, fire, circle, end, beginning, child, flows from your palm into the earth, not as treasure, but as seed. The child stops at the center stone. They place the raven feather on the Lugh veil. It ignites, becoming a flame that does not consume. The flame rises, becomes the sun of the new age. The child looks at you. Tell it again, they say. You open your mouth. The first word is the last word is the only word. Once. The circle closes. The story begins. The spiral path, the caverns, the plains, the skies, the gifts, the gods, the mortals, the child, the waker, all fold into Thean, all unfold into story. The hill of Tara stands eternal, the rowan blooms, the river sings, the hearth warms, the wheel turns, the book opens, the child grows, the tale lives. You are no longer walking. You are the path. You are the circle. You are the story. The end is the beginning.